Hi, Neboisha. Uh, I cannot hear you very well. I don't know. The voice is like I don't know, mutated or something. It's a very, very strange voice when you are talking.
Yes. Could you please once leave and join back again, maybe? There is some issue with your mic.
Good morning, Nibotsa. Can people hear me?
Yes, Dr. Bhanan, yes, fine.
Yes, we can hear you.
Thank you.
No, we cannot hear you.
Good evening, all. Welcome to day 2 of the Education for Human Security Conference, which also coincides with International Women's Day. A very happy International Women's Day to you all. We have 2 parallel sessions, as you may know. You are in stream A right now. If you wish to attend stream B, please check the chat window for the link. You will also find there links to the live sessions on YouTube. The video recording of yesterday's proceedings are available on the WAS website. You will also be able to access the updated agenda there. We will now watch a video on the Human Security for All campaign. Thank you.
In a rapidly changing world, we all aspire to feel safe and secure. Yet for countless people around the world, this is not a reality. Conflict, poverty, climate change, discrimination, inequality, and injustice threaten all dimensions of human security. Indeed, our sense of insecurity seems to be increasing. Today's threats cannot be solved by traditional education. We need education that focuses on preparing youth with the values and knowledge needed to understand the rapidly changing world they live in and the actions they can take both for themselves and for society. to overcome threats and enhance well-being. But there is hope. Education that focuses on human security is a powerful tool that can transform communities and build a brighter future for generations to come. It empowers individuals, strengthens communities, and promotes peace and stability. It enhances freedom from fear, want, and indignity. At its core, education for human security is about creating a better future for all and leaving no one behind.
Do you hear me now?
Yes, very well. Yes.
Yes, now it's better.
Sonia, you hear me now?
Yes, yes, now it's much better.
Okay, we are waiting for the other two participants. Hi, Anjum.
Hello.
Hello. Alexander, hi. I see
Hello,
your photo.
Bushra.
Good to see you again. We are waiting for Alexander Zidanshek and Hu Chen from Beijing.
Check this here.
Although Alexander will come for his talk, he has a lecture at the moment.
Dr. Pujan, we don't see you. It shows us on the screen for us.
Ranjani, we are about to start. The others should come in.
Yes, please start the session.
Okay.
Yeah.
Since it is 1:30, let us start. Hello, colleagues, Anjum, Sonia, and Alexander. As you know, thank you very much for participating in this session of the conference. As you know, it will be devoted to contributions of basic sciences to education for human security. We shall first have 5 talks by 5 of our colleagues. After that, we shall have a discussion of about half an hour. And in the discussion, I will put questions to all of you, probably 2 questions to each of you. And then you will be able to interact if you find that appropriate. And you might also receive some questions via the chat box. I will be following that, and if the time allows that, we would, of course, ask you to answer the questions. Thus, let us begin. The first speaker is Anjum Halai. She is the Vice Provost and Dean of the Faculty of Arts and Sciences of the Aga Khan University in Pakistan, Karachi. is also the Vice President of the International Commission of Mathematical Instruction. Her talk will be devoted to holistic education for human security. Anjum, please.
Thank you, Nibojosa. Good day and a happy Women's Day to colleagues around the world who are celebrating it. It's my great pleasure to be speaking at this significant international educational gathering, which is looking at the future of education for human security. As I have noted in my abstract, and it was also mentioned in the small video that was played just shortly before, that the world today is facing many challenges, and it's an increasingly complex and fast-changing world. Some of the challenges include climate change, conflict, displacement, fast demographic change, just to name a few. And in such a context, what kind of education can prepare the youth? It will have to be an education that is not premised on a narrow accumulation of knowledge. But I note that in many low-income and middle-income countries, particularly in post-colonial context, of course, in some high-income countries too, but most of the low and middle-income countries where I have had the experience of teaching, education systems, the basic school education system, stream the students into narrow specializations very early on in their education. So, for example, the education systems in South Asia, in the Indian subcontinent, or in East Africa, students are asked to choose whether they would go for a science stream or a commerce stream or an art stream as early as elementary school. In addition to the early streaming, there is a much greater emphasis placed on STEM education. In fact, the public education system incentivizes investment in STEM in many different ways. As a consequence of this early streaming, a student, for example, a student in natural sciences, for example, will go on to her undergraduate and postgraduate education with little or no understanding of how philosophy, literature, arts, and humanities shape the world. And this is a big issue. Fareed Zakaria, a well-known media personality in the US and author of quite a well-known text in defense of a liberal education, got his education in India with similar constraints of a very early and narrow specialization imposed upon the students. In his book, he describes and notes the role of liberal arts education, interdisciplinary education as such, and I quote from his text: liberal arts subjects such as English, philosophy, and political science teach people how to think, write, and communicate. Those skills remain useful through the many twists and turns of a career in today's ever-changing digital economy. It is dangerous to overemphasize STEM education as a separate from or more important than the liberal arts. Rather than pitting the liberal arts against STEM, there should be more cross-pollination between the two groups. Creativity and innovation occur when disciplines cross path. So when disciplines cross path, education becomes cross-disciplinary, much more creativity and innovation occurs. That's his thesis. And in this way, Fareed Zakaria is promoting the notion of an education that is not very narrow, but it's much more broader and holistic. From a slightly different perspective, UNESCO's latest publication, a toolkit named Mathematics for Action, which was published last year at the International Day of Mathematics, draws the attention for a need, again, for a cross-disciplinary perspective to look at the problems facing the humanity. This toolkit showcases well the role of mathematics in decision-making, where a growing range of mathematical models are enabling us to analyze the extent to which natural phenomenon, many of which I noted, or those that humans have generated themselves will affect how we live and how we sustain in this increasingly fragile environment. So, for example, about this need to take a cross-disciplinary perspective to problem solving, we look at how traditionally social scientists would employ household surveys to map out poverty and socioeconomic status. But we also note that carrying out household surveys is very expensive, and often the data in many low-income countries, when the data is outdated or reliable data is not available. In this UNESCO publication that I referred to, Mathematics for Action, they present the case study from Senegal, use of big data to improve poverty mapping in Senegal. And they note that to fill in the gaps, such gaps, for example, that traditional methodology, the traditional social science methodology of household surveys leaves, non-traditional data sources were used as proxies, applying mathematical tools like machine learning algorithms to combine cell phone records, satellite imagery, GIS data, and social media connectivity. Traditional poverty data were supplemented to build micro estimates of wealth and poverty. By increasing the granularity of poverty estimates, decision makers could thus assess regional variations in poverty and growth. This allowed for more effective targeting and prioritizing of policy interventions and resources based on local conditions. So this UNESCO's toolkit on mathematics draws attention for the need for public policies to be based on evidence which is increasingly taken from tools which draw from multiple disciplinary perspectives. So I gave you the example of social scientists who usually used to use traditional surveys, but now they are using mathematical modeling using AI and big data. And the toolkit, of course, presents many, many more examples of how mathematics helps us look at mathematical modeling, helps us in looking at problems, social problems, natural phenomenon-related problems in a holistic, multidisciplinary manner. The question arises that how do you engender among the youth and among the scientists a perspective that breaks the silos, which creates, if you specialize too narrowly too soon. The presentation that I have made is the key point that I note from here is that disciplinary specialization notwithstanding, higher education must prepare youth through a rigorous multidisciplinary core curriculum before they specialize. The holistic education would prepare them, the youth, to look for tools from different fields and disciplines in order to address large social problems and in turn contribute to a world which is more secure and a sustainable world. So that is my thesis about a holistic education for human security. Thank you. I think, Nebotsa, I kept the time that you gave me, 10 minutes.
Okay, thank you very much. And thank you for the talk and for being within the time limit. So I'll come back to you with some questions in the discussion.
I look forward to that. Thank you.
Very good. The next speaker is Alexander Zidanšek. He comes from the Jožef Stefan International Postgraduate School and the Jožef Stefan Institute in Ljubljana, Slovenia. He is a professor there. He also teaches at the Faculty of Natural Sciences and Mathematics of the University of Maribor, also in Slovenia. Besides, he is a trustee of the World Academy of Art and Science. He is a physicist, and he'll talk about contributions of physics to education for human security. Sandy, please.
Many thanks, dear Nebojša, for this kind introduction and also for the invitation and organization of this wonderful roundtable. And my first point is that physics is a little different than other sciences, so I will emphasize this in my contribution. My second point is that I'm trying to get rid of my addiction to PowerPoint, but I still prepared a short PowerPoint because it might be easier to follow. So the idea is that we are talking about physics. Okay. And how does physics contribute to both human security and education for human security? And the story basically is that physics has been changing since the ancient times when Aristotle wrote a book entitled Physics. But then we had a lot of progress until Einstein actually turned the physics upside down, which means that now instead of believing what Aristotle knew or what Newton knew, we know that the truth is a little different. And we also know that we still don't know the whole truth, which means that physics is still being developed. So this is Aristotle in the picture. And as such basic natural science, this development of physics actually changes the narrative in the society and also the worldview in society. Our worldview is different than it was in the Middle Ages or in the ancient times. And it will evolve still because physics hasn't finished yet. So the biggest inventions in physics are still ahead of us. So we're talking about the understanding of the world on one hand, and also the foundation of modern technologies on the other hand. And these new modern technologies, you know, are also affecting physics because they're allowing us to develop new physics. So it's like a never-ending cycle of innovation, development, and improvement. So we talked about physics. Is it useful, or are we just teaching it because there are 5-6 theoretical physicists in the world? So one big issue is energy technologies, which are extremely important for the security in the contemporary world, particularly about the climate change and the issues that are affecting our environment. And here, new energy technologies like solar photovoltaics or fusion or other technologies can contribute really greatly. And also this contributes to the reduction of pollution, which is really very important in contemporary world, and also to human health. You know, as we are getting older and older, each of us personally, but also the human civilization, the average age is going up, the health is getting more and more important. And here it's a combination of physics, biology, medicine, and other disciplines that can really contribute greatly. And I will not keep counting, but I will move to these safe communities and personal safety, which are really getting more important lately. One would imagine that 21st century, it would be violence-free, but it's just the opposite. So that's why in creation of peace between the nations and within communities is extremely important. And also human rights are something that new technologies that have been developed with the progress of physics can actually contribute, because we are getting more privacy and more control on our lives. And that's how the human rights can actually get stronger. So these are like the main contributions. But if we talk about physics breakthroughs, you know, we all remember Galileo Galilei and Isaac Newton at the end of like the Middle Ages. Basically, part of the reason Middle Ages ended was also the invention of the real physics, which was then holding for 200 years. Galileo is here. And then Faraday and Maxwell discovered something new about electricity. And it was thermodynamics and statistical physics. So, but then in 1900, you know, 1900, people used to say, the best physicists would say, everything has been invented. We are just going to measure natural constant. Even this patent office can be closed because everything has been invented. And then what happened? There were like just 2 small problems in physics. And from one of those 2 small problems, quantum physics originated. From the other one, relativity, and Einstein is very famous for that. And those 2 theories, quantum physics and relativity, actually contributed to the origin of ICT revolution of new computers, which are changing the world that we live in today. I mean, somebody from 100 years ago would not recognize today's world. So the world has changed so much, but mainly because of these 2 theories, which originated from 2 small problems in physics. Everything else was solved. There were 2 small problems that were not solved. And then there was a curious physicist sitting in the patent office in Zurich who didn't have much work to do, and he invented relativity. So that's basically how the progress is made. And we expect that this is how the progress will continue to be made. So yes, what's next? One hand is technological progress and smart machines. We are talking about this Moore law in information technologies development, when every 2 years, approximately every 2 years, the speed of technologies doubles, and this doubling of speed of technologies allows physicists to use faster and better computers and to develop new physics, which then, in addition, continues with this cycle. So there is really new knowledge and new information being created faster than ever in history of humankind. And what is ahead of us? One big issue is this quantum computing technology, which is being created. I mean, it's 40 years old, but it's still not for practical applications, but it is coming very close, which means that it will allow the computers to be even faster and to tackle even more difficult challenges. And this tackling of difficult challenges by computers actually contributes to our quality of life because it helps us to solve more difficult problems. And so this is like a picture of quantum computer. Quantum communication is a twin of quantum computing, which allows for secure communication that cannot be eavesdropped. And then, of course, the next step, which is just ahead the corner, I mean, maybe a few years behind quantum computing, is biological computing, where you can store your data in DNAs, when you can make computers similarly as the natural systems. So this is just around the corner. And once this appears, then probably also new physics will appear. We will tackle, there are like two big problems now in physics, how to bring this quantum physics and relativity together. And there are two approaches. One is this large collaborations, like for example, CERN or other international collaborations, where you put more and more money inside and you gain higher and higher energies, and you get more and more knowledge out of the nature. And then there is another possibility to use like smarter ways to do calculations. For example, everybody knew it's impossible to calculate the structure of the protein, but then Google created this AlphaFold neural network, which solved this. It seems easy now. 4 years ago, it was impossible, which means either you put a lot of money and a lot of smart people in a small place, and then you create new knowledge out of that, or you find smart people who use new approaches, and then you create new knowledge also in this way. And I think both these ways are necessary. So this is like a structure that was created by this AlphaFold Google neural network. And if you talk about this old physics, how it supports peace, fusion has been developed for 20, 30 years now, and it still needs a few decades to be developed, but it's a great contribution to peace because it will create energy independence for humanity. Solar power is something that is going more slowly but steadily, and it is already an important part of our energy. Then defense systems are actually strange systems, but they are preventing people to attack you, which means they also in a way contribute to peace. We can look at this history. You can see as physics was evolving, also the share of democracies was improving, which means that I know this was not directly correlated, but this is a similar development, which can also be observed in the reduction of the conflicts. These are a number of deaths from military conflicts, which has been going down in the past 70 years significantly. And then how would new physics support peace? I think actually two different ideas which are really great and they can help us. This is mainly about bringing together quantum physics and relativity. And this will bring us to the understanding of quantum gravity. And many people believe this will also bring us to better understanding of human consciousness, which can then also help us to live in better harmony among each other. There are 8 billion of us, there will be 10 billion soon, and we need to figure out better ways to living together if we want to eliminate those troubles and gain new knowledge, new wealth, and get more security for the humans. So this road ahead, I believe, is mainly the education, how to get there. On one hand, we discover new physics. On the other hand, we share this education with other people. So one issue is this European ESCO ecosystem, where they put together all the skills and competencies and professions and how to link them together so that people have more skills and better application of the skills. We did our own application, which kind of follow the time development of the competencies of an individual person or a company. And here I would just like to end with acknowledgement to people who have helped me a lot. You know, we are all standing on the shoulders of giants. I was lucky to have met two of those. Professor Robert Wilms was my supervisor. Professor Ivo Schlaus is the honorary president of World Academy, and he has been a great inspiration. And I believe that if we follow this path of the people who inspired us, develop new physics, and share this knowledge among the broad number of people, then we are on good path, and the future is going to be really bright. Thank you, Neb. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you, Alexander. Thank you also for mentioning Ivo Schlaus. He was the president of the World Academy of Art and Science in the previous period, but he is still active, and I hope he's listening to this session. Anyway, I'll come back to you in the discussion. You know about that. Now let us move on, and I'm asking Sonja Jovanovic from the Laboratory of Physics of the Vinča Institute of Nuclear Sciences in Belgrade, Serbia, to give her contribution. It will be devoted to chemistry for sustainable development and human well-being. She is a physico-chemist. Sonja, please.
Thank you, Nebojša, for kind introduction and for giving me opportunity to be a panelist at this very important conference. So now I will share my screen with you, with my presentation. Just a second. Okay. So at the beginning of my presentation, I want to make a link between language and chemistry. So the humans are unique since they have left the trail of their past. So by using the pictures and the figurines, sculptures, taking a snapshot of their surrounding and way of living. So this was followed by encryptions that enabled transfer of information. So this is an ongoing process of change taking place over millennia. So as a result, we have alphabet, array of letters that are the building blocks of language in writing. So the humans have created an alphabet to systemize something they were already using on everyday basis. So the story of chemistry actually is similar. So as the case of language in writing, the humans have been using chemistry without knowing it. In my opinion, this can be linked to the ancient times when first chemistry-based processing technologies were established. So in fact, certain eras in human history like Bronze Age and the Iron Age that were based on chemical elements. So in the case of Bronze Age, we have copper, we have tin, nickel, aluminium. In iron, we have iron elements itself. So current era of digital evolution is in fact also based on elements such as gold, gallium, carbon that are building blocks of semiconductors and modern electronics. There are a strong indications that carbon as graphite will play an important role in future electronics. So as the letters are the building blocks of words, the elements are building blocks of compounds. At the first discovery of elements originated from surroundings, from earth crust or from the air. So with the time we become able to create elements. So it took a lot of curiosity, creativity, courage and perseverance of researchers in the past 300 years to be able to create elements. So with the fission and fusion, new elements were discovered, a couple of them in recent years, thus expanding the alphabet of chemistry and giving us new opportunities. So the chemistry managed to be sustainable thanks to the usefulness of its results. So the recent socioeconomic research has shown that subjective well-being is closely related to the Sustainable Development Goals, or SDGs. So this relation is quadratic and tells us that as countries improve their sustainability, the subjective well-being improves. So the pie chart actually is showing that Sustainable Development Goals grouped in several categories have different contribution to the subjective well-being. So health, economic and the social aspects contribute the most. But to my surprise, I would expect a larger share of environmental aspects. So there are actually the 17 SDGs defined by United Nations Charter, and here the check mark represents my view where the chemistry has a direct role. So, for example, in a case of zero hunger, chemistry is helping through chemicals for agriculture. In a case of good health and well-being, we have medicaments. Then in the case of, for instance, sustainable cities and communities, chemistry is helping through air and water quality monitoring. So how the solutions of the past become challenges of the future. So we can link population-wide reach of chemistry to industrial revolution and to the production of oil and natural gas. So petrochemicals derived from natural gas are being used in production of over 6,000 everyday products. So development of plastics has started in the second half of the 19th century. Its use has drastically expanded after the Second World War, and it is most used material on global scale, and as such, it has a tremendous impact on our well-being. However, some applications of plastics are not rational, as you can see on these two photos, especially if we have in mind post-use handling. And here you can see a couple of photos that illustrate global impact of plastics, fossil fuels, and the chemistry in general. So the aftermath is of irresponsible use is taking a toll. Hence, the solutions of the past have become the challenges of the future, and the chemistry should recycle its past for increased human security in the future. So, in the Institute of Nuclear Sciences, our group is trying to contribute to the human well-being throughout research and throughout the development of novel nanomaterials. For example, magnetic nanomaterials and nanocomposites for cancer and antibacterial treatment, graphene-based sensors for air quality monitoring, supercapacitors, and water splitting for clean energy storage and production. So by exploiting surface chemistry and the structural properties of graphene oxide, its electrochemical charge storage properties can be improved. So, and 2D form of graphene oxide allows attachment of various nano entities, and we have used heteropoly acids and their affinity to attach to oxygen and the defects on graphene oxide for preparation of advanced supercapacitors. And we have managed to double the capacity with just small addition of heteropoly acids, just 15%, and to increase operating voltage and stability of supercapacitors in aqueous media. By combining graphene oxide as 2D material with 0D materials, advanced nanocomposite can be designed and their properties can be further improved by various energy deposition methods such as thermal or laser treatment, ion beam irradiation, and ion beam assisted deposition. And this all will enable us to prepare self-sustainable gas sensing system that will be used to air quality monitoring in urban areas. So in conclusion, I will tell you how I see the future of chemistry and education. First, chemistry should recycle its past for increased human security in the future. This means that we should solve problems appearing from previous action and from previous solutions. The second, for the progress in organizing education and research in chemistry, we will see an increased role of multi, inter, and transdisciplinarity. We will witness an increased contribution of facilitating knowledge acquisition and its role in creating innovative solutions in chemistry. And the third, and in my opinion, the most important, ethics. So besides considering scientific and or economic cost to benefit aspects, it's become mandatory to include societal point of view to activities in chemistry. Hence, chemists should be increasingly foreknowing of possible negative outcomes of their activities, and this awareness is taught. So thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Sonia. Thank you also for a number of concrete examples about the applications of chemistry important for human security. Let us move on. The next speaker is Alexander Bugaj. He is the director of the Laboratory of Radiation Biology of the Joint Institute for Nuclear Research in Dubna, Russia. His talk will be devoted to basic sciences and global security threats and will be focused on education in radiation biology and genome research. Alexander, please.
Thank you very much, Nebojša, for your kind invitation and participation in such a wonderful event. My speech would be mostly focused on the biology as a basic science. So there are a lot of global risks and threats. A lot of them were already mentioned. I mean, environmental problems, pollutions, also health problems connected with global pandemics, diseases, cancer, brain disorders, and so on. Also, nuclear standoff and increasing probability of global wars, terrorism, financial problems, and increasing social inequality. Also, a lot of impact of digital security now comes into our lives. So the problems are almost clear for everyone, but I would like to focus on the new threat for the humanity, which originated almost about 100 years or so. This is the radiation. Of course, there are both positive and negative sides from the radiation. Positive ones, I hope, overwhelm negative ones. So we have a lot of nuclear power stations around the world. Also, different radiation technologies contribute a lot to our lives and well-being. I mean, mostly diagnostic and radiation therapy of cancer and other applications in production of medical isotopes and so on. Also, radiation may be a barrier for the active space exploration and space programs, and we need to consider this problem too. And of course, there are a lot of problems connected with nuclear wastes and nuclear weapons. We have to do nothing with this, but still there are political and societal movements who tries to avoid all these problems by just avoiding the radiation and radiation technologies at all, and how the young people, students, can encounter all these problems and how they can interact with the increasing usage of radiations in our world. So we need to establish a proper model of education, which helps everyone to find out what is the radiation and how it influences our life. So this is the typical educational model which we use in our institute, university center. And what is the basics? The basics actually relies on three main basic sciences: biology, physics, and chemistry. And as you can see from this sketch, there are a lot of contributions between different basic sciences covering medical applications like radiation therapy of cancer, diagnostics, radiation protections. Also, we need to mention very fundamental research connected with molecular biology, genetics, also with astrobiology, search of the life in space. So also there are complementary fields connected with mathematics and computation, mainly usage of artificial intelligence in our research, and also the problems connected with nuclear wastes are deeply connected with ecology and, of course, with epidemiological studies of the human population connected in different ways with natural or technogenical radiation sources. So I would like to start a brief overview of all those fields, how it can be used in organization of student educations. The first one is nuclear physics and complementing engineering studies. Of course, the students need to know the basics of the radiation origins, particle interactions, quantum mechanics, quantum field theory. These are very basic knowledge, but still there are a lot of technical knowledge that which need to be implemented in the educational process, like the problems of radiation sources, construction of specific equipment, their efficient applications in medicine and other fields like cyclotrons and other type of accelerators, nuclear reactors. Also, the instruments for dosimetry of different kinds of radiations, and also some instruments even for the space research. When we are going to the action of radiations on the living cells and living organisms, we need to first distinguish different steps or stages how radiation interacts with living matter. Of course, the first and the most basic and fundamental stages are physical and chemical. And this is where the physical part of education stands. So the basics of this damage is connected mostly to the different lesions in the human and animal genomes. We may encounter base damage, single or double strand breaks of the DNA, and all those damage can be carefully studied from the basic physical and chemical events. And now we need to go further and use the instruments from the molecular biology and genetics, or more generally, the omics. It's in general, implementing more different protocols like proteomics, metabolomics, etc. So the basic thing here is the same. Radiation damage the DNA and or other cell organelles, and we need to establish the number, the quality of this damage, try to find the ways how it can be repaired by the cells, and most importantly, how the organism's genetic apparatus will react after the radiation incident or cancer treatment. So this is the most fundamental part, and is deeply connected with the novel genetic technologies. As you know, the so-called CRISPR and Cas9 genome editing systems are relying on the production of short double-strand breaks. And as we know in our field, radiation biology, the genome will be repaired in one or two ways. One way is error-free and can be successfully used for the genetic modification, but another way is error-prone and can disrupt the genetic informations, not only the insertion, but it can be somewhat stochastic process. And in result, even if we put such incorrect information in the different cells, we may get genomic instability, and there are a lot of ways how it can react. Probably we will get cancer or something even worse. So this is the other coin side of the new modern technologies, which will allow our modern medicine to treat previously worse genetic and other disorders. So this is it. Another field of basic biology, physiology, is closely connected to the organismal effects of radiations. And here we come to the important problems connected with bioethics. The students need to know that animals must be taken carefully. They cannot be sacrificed most times. And for this, we also need different, mostly physical technologies. Like here you can see a contactless EEG record system to use the brain, to study the brain activity during the experiment after the irradiation. Of course, this research is strongly connected with neuroscience, and in our radiation biology, neuroscience is mostly connected to the risk of the space radiation, because astronauts may encounter very strong cosmic rays, which may impact on their performance and normal cognitive abilities. So this is the real problems for the space agencies, and this need to be solved in the laboratories. So this is it. And another closely connected field is the usage of the so-called artificial intelligence or artificial neural network in the research process. On the other side, we study real brain, but still we can use artificial systems to simulate its behavior and, for example, use it in our research to simplify the work of the researcher. For example, we can use artificial video tracking system to study the animal behavior. The next step is the applications in medicine. Here you can see a sample of the imitation system for the radiation therapy. Our students can participate in the diagnostics and planning of therapy on animal models, can produce irradiation of transplanted tumors, and then proceed with the evaluation of obtained results. The final goal, of course, is to deliver radiation to the mostly tumor located parts and to obtain as much biological efficiency as possible. And finally, the field related with chemistry and even with very fundamental space research connected with search of life in space. We can study traces of living organisms in meteorites, or even try to reproduce the prebiotic synthesis pathways which may encounter in space conditions, from very simple organic molecules located on meteorites, comets, on other bodies of our solar system. So this is it, which we can use with our radiation facilities. And finalizing, I would like to focus that implementation of such an multidisciplinary research is very complex, but still we need to enhance our field in efforts to contribute to human well-being and security. And I would like very much to cite the Malcolm X, which says, "Education is the passport to the future. Tomorrow belongs to those who prepare for it today." Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Alexander, for a rich talk with a number of pieces of information for radiation biology. Let us move on, and I am inviting Pu Chen to deliver his talk. Is he? Oh, you are here. Hello, Pu.
Yes, hello. Hello.
Excellent. Excellent. We see you, we hear you. Please go on.
Distinguished colleagues and Reuters scholars, it is an honor to have the opportunity to deliver discourse on the subject of contribution to basic science to education for human security connected to talent cultivation. It is my utmost pleasure to address a topic of such paramount importance to our society, as it holds the key to unlocking our potential and building a safer and more secure world for generations to come. Human security, as we all know, it is multifaceted concept that encompasses diverse aspects of our lives, including but not limited to health, financial stability, and environmental sustainability. Nevertheless, the threats to human security have become increasingly intricate and interlinked, posing formidable challenges to ensuring that individuals can lead secure, healthy, and prosperous lives. In recent times, a strong collaboration has been established between the development of talent and the advancement of human security. This presentation seeks to elucidate the significance of cultivating talent in basic science in propelling human security forward. Let us start with introducing the concept of human security, which involves protecting individuals, communities from harm, ensuring their ability to live with dignity and pursue their goals free from fear and wants. Human security is a human right. It refers to the security of people and communities. Human security is a multi-dimensional concept that includes protection from economical, social, political, and environmental threats. Human security is a concept that has emerged in response to various threats to people's lives and livelihoods. Talent cultivation allows us to nurture the potential for innovation and prosperity that serves as the crux of genuine human security. The cultivation of talents that can contribute to human security is of utmost importance. However, the challenges to human security are multifaceted and encompass a broad spectrum of issues. The scope of these challenges ranges from environmental degradation and climate change to conflict and terrorism, poverty and inequality, and to disease and epidemics, among others. These challenges are contingent on geographical locations and can have direct and indirect impacts on the physical, economic, and social welfare of humanity. Human security faces numerous and diverse challenges that are contingent on geographic location. Among the most prominent ones are health-related issues that include infectious disease and elements, financial instability such as economic recession, environmental concern like climate change. The impact of these adversities is global and detrimental to human welfare. Moreover, these challenges pose formidable obstruction to the attainment of human security. One of the primary underlying cause of these threats is the convergence of unsustainable lifestyles and poverty, which has led to a marked deterioration in human security. The inability of individuals and communities to access necessities such as sustenance, potable water, and hygienic facilities has resulted in severe health consequences and reduced opportunities for well-being. And the unsustainable lifestyles and the poverty are among the significant obstacles to achieving human security. Unsustainable lifestyles lead to environmental degradation, resource depletion, and biodiversity loss. Poverty affects people's access to basic, thereby undermining their well-being and contributing to insecurity. The coexistence of unsustainable lifestyles and poverty exacerbates the threats to human security by creating a vicious cycle of environmental degradation, resource depletion, and social inequality. Capacity development is a multi-layered process that plays a crucial role in advancing
We can't hear him.
He seems to be disconnected or he's having network issues.
Dr. Pu Chen, maybe you can disconnect and reconnect.
Dr. Escobar, he doesn't seem to be aware that we don't hear him.
We have not heard the last part of your talk. There should be something wrong with the connection. Can you remove your slides from your presentation from the screen? Thank you. Oh, I hope you hear me. As I have said, we have not heard the last part of your contribution. But since we should go on, you may repeat some things in the discussion. But what is important at the moment is that you remove your presentation from the screen. Ranjani, can you do this? Okay, thank you. Well, we have heard your talks, not the whole talk of Pu Chen, but we hope he'll come back to us and he may repeat the conclusion of his presentation in the discussion. I'll ask him to do that when and if he comes back to us. Let me now proceed with the second part of the session, the discussion, and I'll put the questions to each of you. And let me start with Anjum. Your approach to education for human security is holistic. We have heard that. This means, among other things, that it is necessary to include in education at all levels the achievements of basic sciences, as well as of social and humanistic sciences. Of course, in certain proportions, depending on the main direction of study. The question is there a university in Pakistan, the UK, or somewhere else at which such an approach has been adopted and is applied? This is a question for you, Anjum. Please.
Thank you. Thank you very much. This is a very important question, and thank you for posing it. I'll just give first a brief preliminary comment and then comes to the specific of your question. So a holistic education, which draws on multiple disciplines, which is cross-disciplinary in nature, is not a new concept. If we look at the education systems in the Islamic world, for example, in the centers of education in Cairo, their ancient university called Jamia al-Azhar, or Baghdad, or in the ancient Greece, for example, the structure of education was not focused on narrow disciplines as the focus of education, but it emphasized development of mental attributes such as higher order thinking, debate, writing, and so on. In the contemporary world, this approach, a modified form of this approach, is what is known popularly as the American liberal arts, which is about foundational preparation for life impact, and including like ways of thinking and understanding of the span of human knowledge. I mean, if you look at this text by what do you call it, Richard Deitweiler, The Evidence Liberal Art Needs, it explains this kind of a structure of knowledge. Now, coming to your specific question, is there a program, such a program of undergraduate education in Pakistan, for example? So my answer would be yes. The Aga Khan University, where I am teaching currently and where I am the vice provost, has just launched such a program of studies of a 4-year undergraduate program where the first 2 years cover a core curriculum. And the core curriculum encourages breadth, providing students opportunity to integrate knowledge from across a broad range of fields and disciplines in the humanities, natural sciences, and social sciences. So all students have to take their core curriculum for the first and the second year. And then the final 2 years are for specializations in the field of their choice. In the final 2 years of the undergraduate program, they will engage in intensive, concentrated, specialized training. So that is my response to your question, the historical trajectory of this approach and its current manifestation. I hope I addressed your question, Nibos.
Thank you very much. I wanted to hear just that there is such a school in Pakistan. It is wonderful. Thank you very much for that. The second question to you is why it is important, for example, for a student of philosophy to acquire in parallel with the main direction of study some mathematical knowledge. Why is this important, please?
Oh, this is a beautiful question. So I would say mathematics and philosophy have a lot in common. Philosophy trains the mind to ask questions. Philosophy promotes analytical thinking and to question assumptions which may have been given a priori assumptions. And this, enhances the ability to analyze issues, communicate complex ideas clearly. And when you come to mathematics, what is the hallmark of mathematics? Conjecture, proof, reasoning, all of these they also train the mind in particular ways of thinking. And it trains your mind for higher order thinking. Logic, which is an important branch of an important element in the study of mathematics, is also an important component in the study of philosophy. So I cannot imagine that somebody who is studying philosophy would have no interaction with mathematics. In fact, that will leave the field of philosophy somewhat depleted. And when you are studying mathematics, you are obviously employing the tools of thinking and rigor, which are also the foundations of philosophy. So the two are highly integrated and contribute to the development of each other.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. Let us now move to Sonia. You have mentioned plastic microparticles in the environment. How does their presence affect human health? And how should education and training help in fighting against microplastics? Please.
Thank you for a very interesting question. So yes, I mentioned in my presentation a problem with plastic. So first, yes, microplastics, we can actually divide it into two main categories according to their source. So we have a primary microplastics, which actually is the microplastics directly released in environment. And it is estimated that the primary microplastics represents around 30% of all microplastics in the ocean. And the main sources of this kind of microplastics are the textile industry. It's around 35% of primary microplastics. Also, 28% of primary microplastics actually raised from abrasion of tires throughout driving. And for me, it was most shocking the information that 2% of microplastics, primary microplastics, is actually intentionally added microplastics in personal care products, so in a scrub cream, facial creams, and the secondary plastics actually originated from the degradation of larger plastic objects such as plastic bottles or bags or fishing nets, and the 70% of all microplastics actually belongs to this secondary microplastics group. So microplastics in the, as I mentioned, it can be found in a sea, and it can be ingested by the marine animals, and at the end can ended in the humans throughout the food chain. Also, microplastic has have been found in food and the drinks, including beer, honey, and tap water. So, not surprisingly, plastics also have recently discovered in human placenta. So the extent of negative effects to human health is still unknown, but it may be enhanced by additives and other toxic chemicals within plastics. And these chemicals and additives can be harmful to the animals and the humans. And actually, what we can do here, we should educate a generation of chemists that will favorize eco-friendly solutions, aware of societal consequences of their actions. So actually, this is the answer to your question.
Thank you. You have also mentioned the necessity to organize research and education in chemistry for human security as a multidisciplinary way. Which links of chemistry with other basic and applied sciences has proven the most successful in enriching education for human security so far?
The links between basic sciences, between chemistry, physics, mathematics, and biology were traditional routes for enriching the education for human security so far. And the examples of these links actually are material science, pharmacy, computational chemistry, and others. And in the future, links between chemistry and informatics or social sciences may prove more important for enriching education for human security. And examples are actually the virtual laboratories, interactive, the digital simulations of activities that typically take place in physical laboratory settings.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Sonia. Let us now move to Alexander. As you have pointed out, radiation biology is a typical multiple disciplinary science whose results can significantly contribute to increasing human security. Can you very briefly present your concept of integrated research and education in this particular field, focused on human health? Very briefly, please, Alexander.
Okay, thank you. As I pointed out in my report, actually, the general concept is based on three basic sciences as a triangle, with angles in biology, physics, and chemistry. But of course, it contributes in many fields of human security, radiation protection, human health, and so on. And if we focus on human health, then the main concept is centered on the medical physics, the medical accelerators, production of isotopes, biological disciplines from molecular biology to genetics, biodosimetry, up to the physiological and oncological disciplines. And finally, if we are speaking about chemistry, we need to mention radioprotectors, which can prevent negative feedback of radiation. So this is it.
Okay, thank you. I know that you are a leader of a group doing research of the influence of galactic cosmic rays on the central nervous system of an astronaut during a deep space mission. Can this research be connected in any way to education for human security? How would you do that? Connect these two things.
Indeed, it could be somewhat complications at the first glance, but still, if we are speaking about human security, of course, the safety and health of astronauts is a doubt problem. And of course, we need to combine our education in radiation biology with basics of space medicine and space research. This is one point. And another point, probably related to the future of the humanity, if we want to travel far and explore far space, we need to think about different obstacles. And the radiation is one of the main obstacles. And thinking about that, we need to produce new knowledge and produce new educational programs. So this is the only way how we could go far in the space. This is my opinion.
If we want to inhabit Mars, we have to think about humans staying healthy there. Okay, thank you very much. Is Pooh with us? I do not see him. Well, Alexander, are you with us?
They are both with us, yes.
Ranjani, is Alexander Zidanshek with us?
Yes, yes, he's here. Yes.
Ranjani, what about Pu Chen? Is he connected? Is the connection?
Yeah, he's connected, Dr. Nabul. He's here. He's also unmuted. But I think we have a problem listening to him.
Let us wait a bit for
Okay.
Alexander. Oh, Pu, very good. You are with us. You know that we had a problem, but since the time is running, let me put you the questions. The first question for you, your central point is that in order to achieve the aims of human security, we should introduce in education cultivation of talents for basic sciences. When should we begin with this practice? At which level of education? And what are the educational contents at that initial level? This is the first question to you.
Thank you for question, which is very relevant to the main theme of my speech. To achieve the aims of human security, we need to introduce the cultivation of talents for basic science in education. In terms of educational content, I believe that at the elementary school level, the focus should be on providing a strong foundation in the natural science, including physics, chemistry, and biology. By introducing basic concepts and principles in these fields and giving students opportunities to explore them through hands-on activities and experiments. As students progress to high levels of education, the focus should shift towards more advanced topics and specialized areas of study. For example, at the middle school level, students could be introduced to more complex concepts in physics and chemistry. Similarly, at the high school level, students could be offered more specialized courses in specific areas of basic science, such as biology, chemistry, physics, and environmental science, to foster scientific reasoning ability that are transferable across the STEM disciplines. I believe that introducing the cultivation of talents for basic science as early as possible is crucial, and the elementary school is an ideal level to start. By providing a strong foundation in basic science, we can help students develop critical thinking and problem-solving skills, which are essential for success in any field. In addition, introducing scientific concepts at an early age can help spark an interest in science and technology, leading to more students pursuing careers in these fields in future. Overall, I believe that by introducing the cultivation of the talents for basic science in education, we can help students develop essential skills and interests, leading to a more secure and prosperous future. Thank you again for question.
Thank you, Pu. I know that the Chinese Academy of Sciences has established a postgraduate program that includes the aim to cultivate talents for basic sciences a long time ago. Can you tell us about the essence of carrying out this aim today within that program, postgraduate program? Please.
Certainly, the Chinese Academy of Science has crafted a postgraduate program with the noble aim of nurturing competent individuals for basic science. The crux of the program, as it stands today, revolves around the creation of young scientists who have acquired extensive knowledge and practical skills in the realm of basic science. The program's blueprint is dedicated to producing scientists who not only excel in their respective fields, but also possess sharp critical thinking skills and can efficiently collaborate and communicate with their colleagues. To attain this objective, the program entails an arduous syllabus that underscores both theoretical and practical training, along with opportunities for research and cooperation with world-renowned scientists within the academy. Additionally, the program fosters originality and creativity by granting students the laboratory to develop their research projects, which may lead to innovative discoveries in their relevant domains. Moreover, the program gives immense weightage to the significance of language proficiency in advancing scientific collaboration and communication on a global scale. On the whole, the bedrock and the foundation of the Chinese Academy of Sciences development have always been fundamental research. Over the past 70 years, basic science has played a pivotal role in the enriching knowledge and bolstering the country's economy, society, leaving a significant imprint. The essence of executing the objective of breeding skilled personnel for basic science within the postgraduate program instituted by CAS today revolves around building young scientists who have robust fundamental knowledge and practical skills, sharp critical thinking skills, and excellent communication and collaboration skills in the global scientific community. Thank you for your question. I hope that my response is helpful.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Bu. Let us now move to our last speaker in this session. Alexander, are you with us? I know that he has said.
Is it up to you?
You are with us, Alexander? Okay, very good, very good. The first question to you is based on the following. You have mentioned quantum mechanics and theory of relativity as two important breakthroughs in our understanding nature around us and the universe, which happened in the early decades of the 20th century. Besides, one can say that since the end of the Second World War, big science, being science with large-scale facility, has been an important source of new knowledge. We all know that. But it has also contributed, big science, to peace all around the world. And I think that that fact should be promoted through education for human security. Is this done today in today's education, that promotion or explanation of big science? Please.
Thank you, Nebojša, for a really interesting question. It's a really important question because if you want to promote peace around the world, then it's really important to have good collaborations of people from all over the world. So, for example, CERN, you mentioned, it really made a great contribution. The scientists from really different countries, from different backgrounds, were working together. Perhaps I could add one more example, which is closer to us. It's so-called International Center for Theoretical Physics, which is a great example of cooperation between the third world countries and the first world countries. It was like the Nobel Prize was won by Salam, who was a Pakistani physicist, contributing to this invention of electroweak interaction, description of electroweak interaction. And then Italian government gave something in addition. And now today there is a very nice center for theoretical physics, which is beneficial both to the people from Italy, from neighboring countries, from the third world, and they come together and they create new physics. And I believe this is really, really very important. It can contribute to global peace. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Alexander. We know that curiosity, courage, creativity, and persistence are the qualities one must possess to be able to do basic research successfully. Each of these qualities is also necessary to a smaller or larger extent in other human activities. Their development should definitely help us to understand better ourselves and the world around us, and thus make us more secure from danger, fear, indignity, and anxiety. The question is it possible to create courses at different levels through which these qualities would be systematically cultivated? If yes, can you do this at your school? Please.
Okay, thank you. This is also a very inspiring question. Particularly, we remember, the progress in the previous century. Most of this progress was actually done by that invention of Albert Einstein, who was getting bored in the patent office in Zurich. And his curiosity was the driving force that actually created a large part of modern physics. He should have given like 5-6 Nobel Prizes for only those inventions during that year when he was bored and he was curious. And how do you develop this? Basically, I mentioned earlier this systematic competence development and following of these competencies. And this is basically what we are doing. We are also trying to do this in our courses. So we follow which competencies are developed, how they are developed. We also try to measure that. And this is what we are still going to continue to do. And we believe that this is also the way to improve the contribution of each of the person who in such a way develops the competencies in a better way. And if people get more curious, more creative, then we are going to have better results for the future. And this is something we are all doing together. Thank you.
Thank you, Alexander. Thus, we are at the end of our session. Before concluding, let me ask you to send me in written form the responses to my questions, because there should be a report on the session. My obligation is to prepare this report, but that's why I need your answers in written form. In a couple of days, I'm sure you will be able to do that. Thus,
Yes.
in the end, let me thank all of you for the participation, for a number of new ideas about basic sciences and their contributions to education for human security. I hope you will be able to participate in additional meetings organized by the World Academy of Art and Science. Thank you once again, and goodbye.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Bye.
Thank you. Goodbye.
Hi, everybody. I think it's time to begin our webinar. Thank you very much for joining us. I appreciate everybody being here, and apologies for the slightly late start. Just to kind of kick off, we're going to do some self-introductions of our different panelists. And as a reminder, this is organized by the 6th International Conference on the Future of Education. My name is Mark West. I work in the Division for the Future of Learning and Innovation at UNESCO, the lead United Nations Organization for Education, Science, and Culture. I sit our organization's headquarters in Paris, France. So welcome to all our participants. And again, our session will be focused on education for human security, which I think is a really interesting angle. Not often one that we look at here at UNESCO, but excited to talk about that and bring in some different perspectives. So with that, I'd like to invite our panelists to self-introduce, and maybe we'll start at the top with Gary, and then move and others, and excuse me, with Frank, and move on down. So Frank, please.
Thank you, Mark, and good morning, afternoon, good evening. I work for UNICEF in education. I lead the team that focuses on digital learning and transformation, which is a new team actually established after COVID.
Great, thanks a lot, Frank. And then Verna, we'll move to you.
Good afternoon, good morning, good day. I know that we're all over the world. I'm Verna Lalvihare. I hope that you can hear me. I was having some sound issues earlier, so thumbs up would be great. Awesome. Thank you, Frank. Again, my name is Verna Lalvihare. I'm the Executive Director of the EdTech Hub. We're a global research partnership with the goal of empowering educators, ministries of education, and leaders around the world by giving them the evidence they need to make good, wise, sound decisions about technology in education. I'm delighted to be part of today's session. Thank you for having me.
Thanks a lot, Verna. And then Ketan, if maybe you would like to introduce yourself. Thank you. Ketan, you're on mute, I believe.
Hi, pleased to be here. Thanks for inviting me. I'm Ketan Patel. I'm the chairman of Force for Good and the CEO of Greater Pacific Capital. Force for Good is an endeavor to look at the flows of capital to see if we can actually fund the SDGs and the changes that might be required to those flows and to the systemic changes to capitalism that might allow the world to be leveled up and the SDGs to be funded, with, of course, the objective of delivering human security for all.
Excellent. Thank you. And finally, our last panel, Andalib, if you would like to introduce yourself. Thank you.
Sure. First of all, thank you for inviting me. My name is Andalib, but you can call me Andy. I'm a policy specialist working on human capital in UNICEF Innocenti, the Global Office of Research and Foresight. My team specifically works on sort of future and emerging issues which are shaping sort of children's rights and children's well-being.
Great. Thanks very much. So we only have 1 hour time, so we're hoping to get sort of 3 rounds of questions to our different panelists, and then allow for a little bit of time for synthesis. And I wanted to kind of kick today's meeting off with just to sort of draw this link between education and security. It's something that we at UNESCO think about very deeply. Our organization was founded in the aftermath of World War II, and it was built with an understanding that education could and should build cultures of peace and nonviolence. But that contention is often debated. Is there a straight line between education and peace and security? It's something that was debated at the time of UNESCO's founding, and I think remains to be debated today. So I think in addition to sort of talking about the importance of education, a conversation around security also needs to veer a little bit into, what types of education, and how is it that education, which has expanded massively, at least since UNESCO's creation and the end of World War II, has not led to a sort of culture of peace. We continue to be plagued with violence, with war, and how can we help to sort of bridge this and build greater security in our world? So the first question we're going to kick off with, and Frank, I'll sort of follow our order and point this to you if that's okay. But what is the nature of the challenge of getting children in the world educated? And then again, how does this link to the issue of human security? Thanks, Frank.
Yeah, thank you, Mark. maybe just to throw a few numbers out there to start with. In the world today, there's an estimated 222 million children that are affected by emergencies and by protracted crisis, whether natural disasters, war. So the world is in a state of insecurity, and a large proportion of the children in those contexts are not going to school. But that is a major issue which we, as UNICEF, try to tackle, working with our partners such as UNESCO, UNHCR, and other organizations. Besides that, a lot of children are also out of school, so, in general, even children that are not in an emergency context, and that number also increased after COVID. So we estimate that there's about 244 million out of school children. So the size of the problem is just massive. And then there's also the issue that a lot of children that are going to school, they're not learning the basics. So that's something that we've really been advocating for, with our partners, to get the message out there that that there's a global learning crisis, and an estimated 2/3 or so of children that even though they're going to school, by the age of 10, they're still not able to read a basic sentence. And there's many reasons for that that are underlying that issue. There's the fact that a lot of classrooms are extremely overcrowded, and in some countries the average class size is more than 70. There's the issue of insufficient investments in education, under acknowledgement of the importance of education, also in addressing the insecurity as you were speaking about earlier, and also the fact that a lot of children are not learning in their mother tongue. So they go to school and have to learn another language. So these are some of the many issues that we're facing today. And now more than before, technology can actually play a role in helping address these challenges.
Great, thanks a lot, Frank. And I'm shifting now to Verna. Frank mentioned technology can play a role now, never than before. Verna, I mean, we've heard this a lot. Thinking back to the time of even Thomas Edison was talking about how schools would be made redundant because of the invention of the motion picture, and people would learn everything in these amazing moving images. This was at the very beginning of the 20th century. We've heard it again with the rise of sort of massive owned TVs, and of course, the proliferation of computer technologies, mobile technologies, and now, of course, AI is on everybody's tongues, and generative AI. But Verna, if you can maybe sort of draw this link, how can this help ensure education for all, but beyond that, help ensure education that might lead to security? A big question there, but your insights. Thanks.
Thank you so much, Mark. And I perhaps I would lead in by saying something that I hold firm in. My beliefs is that there's no piece of technology that can replace the art of good teaching and learning. So I'd like to start there, because I really don't believe technology is the panacea and a solution to the world's problems. We really need to make sure that we understand the unique needs of our children around the world. Foundational literacy and numeracy, and making sure that students around the world really have a solid opportunity to secure their future by getting those foundational skills in place are really critical. I'm sure we're all familiar with the World Bank statistic and estimate that essentially says 70% of 10-year-olds in low and middle income countries cannot read or understand a simple text by the age of 10. So without being able to read, write, or do basic math, children are really not equipped to navigate a changing world. And that's regardless of technology. So those foundational literacy and numeracy skills I see as being really critical and a challenge of getting our children around the world educated, and that link to human security is really critical there. Again, just thinking about those links between education and human security, clearly they're interconnected, and sometimes through a virtuous cycle and sometimes through a vicious cycle. And so what I mean by this is that a good educational foundation can help prepare children to handle the challenges of the future. But driving forces around global insecurity, things like violent conflict, things like the crisis that we just had with the global pandemic, natural disasters, what's going on in Turkey, Syria, what recently happened in the floods in Pakistan. All these hinder a child's education and making their future less secure. I referenced the floods in Pakistan. Pakistan is one of the EdTech Hub's 7 focus countries. So definitely one that is, hit close to home for the EdTech Hub when the June 22 floods hit. Again, just to put that in context, that left a third of the country underwater. The floods disrupted education for 3.5 million children and destroyed 26,000 schools, clearly leading to intense levels of insecurity. So that connection is really important, and the foundational skills that we can provide are critical. I'll talk a little bit more about the links to technology a little later, but just wanted to start off by, really setting the stage that technology is not really the panacea. Okay, over.
Thanks a lot for those insights, Verna. I now wanted to move to Ketan, and Ketan, I see, like the name of this idea of technology is a force for good, a sort of focus of your organization, but just wanted to maybe kind of bring in some ideas that we often hear in the discourse, and that's this idea that technology, despite all of its promises, educational and otherwise, seems to have a sort of disturbing tendency to increase inequalities in society. To drive, we hear about a driving polarization, and these we know are sort of source causes of insecurity, of unrest, and indeed of violence. And so I was just wondering, how can we sort of begin to sort of break that cycle through education, as a part of education, by expanding education, of this sort of tendency, I think, that's undeniable at this point of this way that technology has increased divides in society and maybe is contributing to some of the polarization that we see. Over to you, Ketan. Thank you. Ketan, you're muted.
Sorry about that. Hi. I think it's a very important question, actually, about the role of technology in society more broadly, but particularly how it addresses children and education of children. I'd say the first thing is that we definitely have a more than one-tier society across the world in terms of access to technology. And what we have is a subpopulation within the world, even within the most developed countries, who have the most sophisticated technologies. And those technologies are propelling them to a much more complex society and a set of skills that suits or enables them to take opportunities that are at the forefront of the breakthroughs. Then we have a second tier, which still has old technologies, and they have the last generation's technologies still to cope with, and they have not got to the use of AI and other machine learning technologies to really be advanced. And they've ended up just in the job of processing information. And then we have a third tier who have not even had the first range of technologies from 30 years ago. And so there's been no exposure really to technology and technology skills. And if you translate that into the classroom and you start at the bottom of that pyramid of access to technology, then we have whole societies that are not really part of what all of us on this Zoom call would consider to be a first-rate society that is delivering first-rate technologies and all the opportunities that come from that. So they've never had a chance to participate. And that's our challenge, that we are in at least 3 different speeds accelerating towards different futures. And we're not helping the bottom of the pyramid in terms of technology access to even catch up, because we've not figured out how to deliver technology to remote places. We've not figured out how to get it even to places where there could be internet access at a cost that is sufficiently low that people can access it to get educated. And at the same time, we have people at the top of the pyramid who are now being taught AI, who can do all their homework using AI too. And as you asked that question, I typed into OpenAI ChatGPT your question, and it gave me 5 bullet points of the answer. And they're not bad. It says the problem is we have poverty, we have access, we have gender inequality, we have conflict, and we have an imbalance of quality of education provided across the world. Now that came up in approximately 10 seconds. So the top tier of society that can access this technology are ready to move beyond knowledge, almost beyond analysis, and will assume that whether it's Google or an OpenAI system will deliver the answers. And yet we have a whole tier of society, which is probably as broad as approximately 2 billion people, who have either low technology or don't have the skills to really participate. And I think we are storing up a problem of such a magnitude that actually it won't be solvable. There will be no solution without a radical shift and transfer of technology from the global north to the global south. And if we don't do that, we will face massive conflict.
Thanks a lot, Ketan. I think this
And more
idea
positive things to say, of course, but
yeah, no.
the way you asked the question, it seemed like it needed that response before we get to where the solutions might be too.
No, thank you. I think the idea of these sort of tiers is interesting. We sometimes use that conceptualization here at UNESCO, and I think the point about this sort of upper tier, if we will, sort of constantly having access to the newest technologies. The problem you were trying to solve yesterday, bringing basic internet connectivity and mobile networks and other things to the unreached and unconnected. We're seeing sort of new divisions being formed, and how do we sort of get break this cycle? And I think this point you made about how generative AI can lead the sort of haves to be super productive and everybody else a little bit left in the dust, goes back to this point about how can technology help us to close divides rather than widen them, with an understanding that equal opportunity and equity is foundational to security. So Andy, kind of over to you. I think Ketan's brought some interesting ideas into this, but that sort of question of how we might manage this, how technology can be more of a lever, than a divider, and help to increase equity in education and beyond. Anyway, your perspectives, Andy, at the Research Institute for UNICEF.
Sure. I think I probably highlight a couple of things here. I think first of all, I think what we find, at least from the research we have done, so there's some sort of interesting models of how even in resource constrained environments, schools or teachers or students are adapting technology to their context, right? So of course, we know there's a connectivity issue, there is a device issue, there is a skills issue, but how both technology providers and people involved in the learning ecosystem are working with it. So for instance, in our study on personalized learning, we do see models where they have sort of a rotation model, right? Where you have limited amounts of devices in the school. Then we have another example where, for instance, where products can actually work offline. So those are sort of being used in schools in Malawi where you don't have internet connections, but it's a personalized learning product that can still be used offline or has some offline functionalities. So I think there are interesting ways of approaching the issue. And I think that's something we definitely need to look more into. I think in second part comes also around skills, especially teacher skills. So we're increasingly seeing a lot of, again, personalized and adaptive learning products incorporate features which are meant to facilitate teachers in working with students. So whether it's through, a lot of what we see is sort of teacher dashboard the teachers can use to monitor what students are doing. But some products, for instance, go beyond, and they also provide sort of nudges or follow-up interventions or guidance or recommendations to teacher. So in a sense, sort of also build their capacity or to help them understand how they can use the data or work with the data to help the students further. So I think there are sort of some smaller ways in how technology is being designed and implemented that we can look to for some solutions, which can be low cost. Yeah, and I think more research is definitely needed to understand like where they're effective and where they're not.
Great. Thanks a lot, Andy. We're going to focus a little more in this second round here on kind of technologies, its promises for education, and how it can better deliver to improve access to education, improve the quality of education, and that will in turn improve peace and security. And I hope that we can sort of focus a lot of our attention on these new generative AIs. Kitan just, was using one of these tools just in our chat here. I know we've all been playing around with it, experimenting with it, students all over the world using it to complete various homework assignments, that had previously required different approaches. What are the promises of these sort of frontier tools that have, we've long talked about, but have sort of suddenly arrived, and also perhaps some of the risks. But Frank, kind of over to you about how this can sort of unlock some of these barriers that we keep encountering with education. You mentioned the number of children around the world that are out of school. Your thoughts, Frank? Thanks.
Yeah, maybe thanks. Maybe just like to start on the issue of security. Inequality has always been an important source of conflict, and education has been a powerful tool for addressing inequalities, but it also has been often a way to perpetuate inequalities, and the same can be said for
Frank.
technology. And
Sorry, Frank. I think there's a comms issue at your end. We can barely hear you.
Yeah, I'd agree. I'm sorry, Frank. It's just your voice is very sort of broken up.
Let me just see. Yeah, maybe you can pass over to the next speaker and I'll see if I can get another mic.
Excellent.
Is there a problem now?
Yeah, that's all right, Frank. Maybe we'll come back to you at the end of this round if that's okay.
Sure. I'll just get another mic here.
Perfect.
Mark, I can jump in.
Yeah, thanks, Verna.
Just on a few points, and I want to piggyback off of Andy's comments around access, around personalized learning, and really thinking through again, the difference between access to platforms and digital platforms that lack what we think of as offline functionality. So the EdTech Hub, and I believe Andy's, your team perhaps worked on the Pulse Check on digital learning, which is a resource that we collaborated on that really looked at some of the mapping of national digital learning platforms. Just a few findings that I think are relevant to this conversation around access and equity. One is that although half the world's population is offline, over 70% of the platforms lack offline functionalities, right? So we realize that there's insurgence of digital platforms there, but they lack the ability to access them via offline modalities. And that is further exacerbated in our focus countries, which are low and middle income countries, where 18% of national digital learning platforms in low income countries offer that offline functionality. So for technology to really mitigate inequalities, we have to really focus on and attend carefully to, again, the potential to exacerbate them. And data points like this speak to that and really are critical to charting that path forward that does not perpetuate inequalities. So I just think when it comes to digital personalized learning and the ability of platforms to be able to do that, the lack of offline access could be a huge inequality lens. So just wanted to add that as a piggyback.
Yeah, thanks a lot, Verna.
Could I add something to that?
Yeah, please, Kitan, please.
So it was something we're working together with Frank at UNICEF and his team. They have a solution which they think is almost a closed-end server of some sort of hub to serve a community that is remote. And it's fantastic. I mean, like, you know, until we figure out how to connect everybody, we can't leave people out. And there's almost a tendency to say, well, it's uneconomic to access that population set because they're too remote, it's too poor, there are no satellites we can get to just to do the last mile. But UNICEF have been working on a solution that is a hub, a closed-end hub, if you like. It's offline, but it provides functionality. And I think it's powerful to do that, and imperative. And maybe something, Andy, you can speak about too. When you come back to me, I'd love to describe a stack of technologies, which I think would provide a blueprint or a route to step by step taking people and putting them all on the same tracks. And so, but I'll come back to that.
Great. Thanks, Kitan. Andy, some of your perspectives here and ways you mentioned in your first intervention, some of the ways technology can, you know, be used to kind of close gaps in areas with limited connectivity. Verna spoke about that, Kitan as well. But some of your insights on how these bridges can be closed given the sort of inequalities that exist with us right now. Over to you.
Sure. I think a lot of times, I think we need sort of an ecosystem level solutions or ecosystem level partners, depending on the type of issue, right? Like we've seen cases where, you know, where maybe lack of internet access is the issue, right? So you have zero rating services being provided by telcos who have partnered with governments or with development partners, right? So that's one way of, in terms of reducing sort of affordability issues, right? Again, in terms of, I really like what Ketan said about sort of these closed-end sort of local service kind of solutions, because we've seen sort of these kinds of things also work with products that you can buy online as well, right? Where schools can set up these sort of local networks within the school and children sort of work off on devices in a computer lab or in a room that sort of, that's set up in a particular way. I think we also, I mean, this is just based on my personal experience in Sierra Leone a long time back with the World Bank, where, you know, when internet access is being provided, you know, when like I think fiber optic lines are being laid down under the World Bank project. So one of the conversations we had was that when you're providing that kind of infrastructure, can we also connect some schools and colleges? So I think these are some of the partnerships and solutions we need to also be looking at, besides, you know, like, you know, while we wait for universal connectivity or universal electricity access. So yeah.
Yeah, great.
And I think in terms of frontier technologies on generative technologies, I think the field is actually much vast, right? As I was mentioning a work on personalized learning, and we see sort of generative AI being used to generate content. So there are like 1 or 2 products out there that generate practice assessments and questions on the fly, right? So it's not like they've hired people and there is a static data bank of items that's there. So it's generative AI that's being sort of used to come up with practice questions based on sort of student performance and the gaps in and the gaps in the knowledge that's being identified. So I think that's an interesting use of sort of generative AI. We also see some increasing sort of work around sort of conversational, you know, using NLP and stuff on conversational AI, right? So I think there is a famous sort of Google product where, you know, when children read, it automatically identifies sort of errors in pronunciation, and so then come back with sort of remedial suggestions, right? So I think there are sort of potential in how AI and generative AI can be used beyond just ChatGPT or what everybody's concerned with right now.
Yeah, thanks for those ideas, Andy. And I'm struck that as you're speaking, I mean, I think also, you know, recognition that a lot of these problems we're touching on are outside of the scope of the education sector. And by the sector, I mean, you know, ministries of education and other things. But there are certainly some things under our control. And I know that together with UNICEF, UNESCO and UNICEF jointly have an initiative to improve the quality of public digital learning content, in recognition that many people do have connectivity, they do have digital skills, but they don't have clear places to go to improve their learning, to enrich, you know, their education. And so hoping that governments will get more serious about providing, world-class content online. I see Frank is back, but maybe Frank, if you'd like to build on that, and hopefully the microphone is improved.
Yes, you can see I'm wearing something now. Can you hear me better now?
Much better.
Okay, fantastic. Apologies for the fact that you couldn't hear me properly earlier. So just on that, I mean, and also just to get back to what you mentioned in the beginning, Mark, we've been hearing about the promise of technology for decades, and just talking about my own personal experience, I started my career in EdTech was almost 20 years ago, remote rural villages of India, and technology was showing great promise, but all I saw was that it was actually widening inequalities and perpetuating them. And I abandoned a career in EdTech for that reason and came back to it a few years ago, because I think now the situation has really changed. And you mentioned about the fact that, even if children have access to technology, often there's many other factors which prevent them from benefiting from those opportunities. And we saw that during COVID. We did a lot of research as UNICEF and also with partners during COVID on the reach and effectiveness of the remote learning. And we found that a lot of children, probably at least half of children that actually had devices, smartphones, they had connectivity in their home, and they were still not learning. And why is that? And we're seeing also from previous experiences like the one laptop per child. I was just also in Kenya where the government invested $270 million on buying tablets for every primary school. And what we know is that that having that infrastructure is necessary, but it's not nowhere near enough. So that's why with UNESCO, UNICEF launched in September last year during the Transforming Education Summit a new global initiative, Gateways to Public Digital Learning. And the idea is that digital learning should become a public good, ideally. And we saw that during COVID that kids that were connected, had devices, they still didn't have anywhere to go. There was no space for them, at least not in the mother tongue. They didn't have their own national platform where they could access resources. So I think that's something that we really need to build upon all the progress that was made during COVID. A lot of governments actually started building those platforms during COVID. But as Werner was also speaking about in the Pulse Check report we found out that a lot of those platforms are now kind of abandoned. They're no longer being updated. They've been discontinued. Actually, 1/3 of them are in that state. So we need to kind of bring that back to momentum, and also looking at the quality of this platform and the inclusivity. So for example, you can have a national platform, but if you cannot access the platform through a smartphone, it probably means that, in some countries, the vast majority cannot access it, because if they have a device, it'll be it won't be a tablet or a computer, it will be a smartphone, or it needs to be accessible for children with disabilities. It needs to continue to run when you're offline. You should be able to download the content, and that links to what Ketan was saying about also this innovation that we have in schools, that you can continue to serve content and even to track learner progress while offline. So we have these innovations, they exist right now. And the very simplest is really just a mobile app that continues to run. And if you go onto your own smartphone, you probably notice that you have apps that continue to run when you're in the subway or something and you're disconnected or wherever. Actually, in my office in New York is another place where there's no no connectivity for some reason. Some apps continue to run, some apps just break down. So basically learning apps, especially in countries that we work in, they just need to continue to run. You need to be able to just download stuff or transfer things and then continue to use it. But and then there's the quality side, which is that often, some of those platforms are like 7 PDFs, a couple of textbooks, but you also have some very sophisticated platforms. But the sad state of affairs is that the great innovations and the things that Andy was talking about as well, with personalized adaptive learning, those solutions tend to be in the private sector digital learning solutions. And there's this gap between what the public sector is offering and those private sector solutions that are leveraging personalized adaptive learning, that adapt to your level, that have this great dashboard for teachers so they can track progress for parents, leveraging AI and kind of narrow that gap. And that's also part of our work with the Gateways initiative.
Yeah, thanks, Frank. And couldn't agree more in our sort of deep analysis of experiences during COVID-19. I mean, what came through this global experience was that when education crosses this line into the digital, it becomes almost fully privatized. And historic conceptions of education are that it's a common and a public good. But once that line is crossed into digital spaces, that often seems to sort of dissipate, if not completely disappear. And that need not be the case. There have been many public efforts to sort of harness technologies, including the radio and television, public radio, public television, to sort of use these for the public good. And we heard, as you mentioned, at the Transforming Education Summit, we heard some ministers of education talk about how they were making major investments in public digital learning platforms, and that by thinking about it as a public good, it was enabling innovation that maybe wouldn't even be possible in the private sector. There wasn't a need for username and passwords. There wasn't a need for sort of sticky content. There wasn't a need to keep people on pages for long periods of time. There wasn't a need to place advertisements and other things. And so that I think that could establish some sort of new possibilities for what a digital learning experience might look like, and break some of the paradigms that we have seen that kind of came to prominence during COVID-19 and, are with us very much to this day. Ketan, I wanted to come back to you. You had mentioned a sort of stack of technologies, and if you can kind of carry forward this conversation too around public and private, and know that you're working on one of these sort of, helping to sort of push innovation through the private sector. But over to you.
Thank you, Mark. If I put my hat on as an investor, so I'm CEO of Greater Pacific Capital, it's an investment firm. One of our most important investment themes is education from a technology perspective. So it's ed tech. And we see an enormous amount of innovation in the private sector seeking to take almost every aspect of technology and education and find solutions that they can implement for large populations. So, we'll find a micro solution that is just designed to help very young children get the attention they don't get from their family environment. And so there'll be something robotic that will have very big eyes and look at the child and talk to the child and give some of the nurturing almost as a substitute parent. And now that sounds really sad, but without it, the child has almost no nurturing signals coming from anybody. And so we've seen that to the other extreme, where we see children who have come to the kind of almost pre-adult, getting trained so they can be skilled to do a job in a technology environment, and so en masse. And so we see that too. Then we see immersive technologies, where you get an opportunity to train a child or provide an education to a child in a poor area with a first-class education, and something that can be delivered to do that. We also see people coming along, taking a whole curriculum and converting it all, so it's all online, and it can be self-served alongside options like YouTube and others, so that you can augment the education. Now, a lot of this is very private sector driven. It's enormously profitable. Ed tech is one of the highest valued areas that we see that people are now addressing, alongside healthcare and financial inclusion and so on. So if I speak of a stack, I would say the bottom of that stack, the must-haves, is an internet connection. Ideally, a fully online, fully functioning internet connection that opens up the possibilities for a child to connect to knowledge across the whole world, and to get that served in every form of media. And so that's got to be one. But if you can't have that, the closed-end hub, which UNICEF are working on and have solutions for, which for a few $1 billion starts to connect the most remote places in the world, is a fantastic solution. And on top of that, you have all these ed tech solutions in the private sector that you can add. And they're across the world. We see enormously successful businesses of that type in the developing world too. And the third layer, I think, is that we figure out how to deliver immersive education using VR and other technologies to any child across the world, delivering a curriculum so that if you're in a poor country or a poor city in India or anywhere else in the world, you should be able to access a first world education online. And it should be VR, and you should feel immersed into that. One of the biggest challenges has been, how do you reduce the cost of a visor that allows you to access that? And so we ran a little experiment. We issued almost like an invitation to tender and asked people to figure out a solution for under $2. And what we found was for under $2, you can make a headset that you can put on that is good enough for you to have an immersive experience. That's under $2. So, of course, the upper end will cost, $1,000 or more, but for $2, you can actually start to deliver this. So that's part of the stack. And then with AI added to that stack and the regenerative technologies that we're seeing, I think the biggest challenge is if it's not about knowledge, and that is no longer a competitive advantage for human beings, then what is the place that we're meant to take the next generation of children to? Is it creativity? Is it forming solutions? What is it? Because in some part of the world, in the most advanced countries, we recognize that it isn't about what you know, and it hasn't been for a long time. And it is about how you use that knowledge to form the basic solution, because that can be served up to you now. So the world is already pushing that boundary. And it's pushing that boundary at the same time as some countries see education as another way of propaganda and of keeping people in their box and making sure society doesn't change and doesn't improve. And so this is our challenge, is this technology stack is deliverable. How fast can we get people through that stack? And I'm hopeful that actually with the right investments, because this is such a profitable area, somewhere in the next 5 years, we should have solved most of this problem because the capital is available and this is very attractive to do.
Thanks, Ketan. Some interesting perspectives and ideas. As you were speaking, I'm a little struck at how this sort of promise of change right around the corner is, we're 20 years into this digital revolution. Where is it? Other sectors have been upended and changed in profound ways. I mean, we
Yes.
can't say otherwise at this point, whether you're looking at media or even commerce or other things have changed in profound ways. Education a bit less so. Some people will say that's, education is this sort of digital laggard, education is sort of frozen. But I think other ways to look at that is, I think COVID opened our eyes to, this question of what is education. For many people, that's about, building skills, building competencies. I think, as we all think is important, building foundational literacy and numeracy. I mean, certainly that's a part of education. But also, with the closure of schools, I think people saw them a bit anew, that schools do a lot more than just academic curricular learning. It's about learning how to get along in a community outside of your family, to deal with people who are unlike those in your immediate sort of social circle or familial circle. It's about learning how to solve conflicts without resorting to violence. I mean, the focus of our panel here is security. That we saw a lot of sort of, we ascribe a lot of purposes to education. A lot of the times that debate is sort of narrowed to academic curricular learning. And I think COVID has kind of reminded people that education serves a lot of purposes sort of beyond that. And maybe there are limits to some of that, what technology is capable of, and what is required to sort of happen in these more traditional sort of school environments.
So, Mark, I think you say it well. I think you say it really well, because if technology if it's effective, it will augment the social nature of a school, but it will not replace it. Otherwise, we'll find very maladjusted generations of children coming through the system. Yes,
but yet, while we all say that rhetorically, we do see many models that do seem to suggest some type of replacement. I mean, and we hear rhetorically that there's, this youth boom in low-income countries that's coming up the pipeline, and there's sort of nothing to be done but turn to technology. So anyway, this idea that an investment in technology is also, of course, an investment, a lack of investment in something else. But I wanted to move into our sort of third phase, if we will, kind of get in a final round. Very interesting discussion, but looking to kind of the way forward, and sort of opening our imaginations to different possibilities. And I wanted to preface this something with just a thought I was having earlier today through reading, but I was reading about, again, on the subject of the newer generative AIs, about the investments that were being made, and they use this word, in the education and training of technologies. Billions of dollars being poured into educating and training generative AI technologies. And that really struck a kind of chord with me, that we've hit this moment where, you know, our communities, our governments, our organizations are going to have to make determinations about where to steer money. Are we investing money in educating and training these sort of technologies that point to the future, or are we investing money and resources in the training of sort of people and building this sort of human capacity? Anyway, it was just something that really sort of struck me to you know, to see this and sort of see it, you know, that kind of level of separation. I don't mean to suggest it's an either or choice or something, but anyway, wanted to bring this into discussion. But Frank, over to you. Recommendations, the way forward, sort of final thoughts before we close our session here.
Thanks, Mark. And you know, maybe just to go back to Werner's point from the beginning, you know, that you know, technology shouldn't really replace. We don't see it as a replacement for traditional, you know, face-to-face learning. It should really complement. But there are situations, you know, with climate change and emergencies increasing in frequency. You know, as mentioned also in the beginning, you know, many millions of children are in those emergency contexts, and there, you know, they often don't have access to this, you know, like a brick building and regular traditional schooling. So in those situations, you do need, you know, technology, you know, you know, digital learning plays a much bigger role in those situations. You could have textbooks, but it really plays a key role to you know, have the teacher staying in touch with the students and everything, something that didn't happen sufficiently during COVID, for example. The technology wasn't sufficiently leveraged for that. So maybe just, you know, just to put that on the table. And I think we also talk a lot about, you know, we've been seeing the promise of technology for decades, but there are some kind of things which have emerged in recent years that are just completely groundbreaking, and it's hard to predict what will happen and where it will take us. You know, the adaptive personalized learning solutions that Andy spoke about in her research, the EdTech Hub. I mean, Werner's organization has done a lot of research also on the evidence and what's effective. But maybe just to add one more thing before we close, which is, you know, there's also the innovations in VR and mixed reality. And VR has always been something very kind of expensive, and you know, thousands of dollars for a headset. But now you can get those, you know, you have those cheap little VR things for, you know, I don't know, $30, $40, and something more quite sophisticated for maybe $200, $300. And I think we need to look at how technology can actually make education more cost effective as well, because that's what we need to think about in situations where you have to decide between technology or an alternative, you know, and if you invest in technology, you might divert investment from other things, right? So that's a really important question. And just to give one example, I think when it comes to technical and vocational training, things like woodwork, engineering, you know, repairing cars, metal work, those kinds of career paths, they require a lot of equipment, and it can be quite expensive, right? But I think this kind of thing could be replaced with to a large extent by a headset. So it's an example of where a $200 headset could perhaps replace thousands or tens of thousands of dollars of equipment, and also bring that learning experience into a very remote area where you could never build that kind of facility in the first place without a massive investment. So I think there are lots of examples like that. Also what Ketan was speaking about in terms of having this hub device. You don't need a super high bandwidth internet necessarily if you have a kind of device that can, you know, stream like the high bandwidth content and have maybe the low bandwidth content coming through that live internet connection. So there are those solutions that can make technology and its impact on education very cost effective in ways that were not possible even, you know, 5 or 10 years ago. So I think that's really where that we will see a lot of groundbreaking work over the next 2 years.
Thanks a lot, Frank. Werner, over to you. Perspectives from the EdTech Hub and your work on education data and data about the effectiveness of educational technologies.
Thank you, Mark. I want to go to something you signaled earlier before, and I think we've touched a lot on inequalities, on digital infrastructure, content, connectivity, etc. I would definitely want to underscore where you were going, Mark, initially around human capacity and human infrastructure and investing in our teachers. So those billions of dollars, I would like to see some part of it go to really building teacher capacity, supporting our educators, doing it from an ecosystem perspective, like Andy had referenced, where we really have to go back to our teacher prep programs. How are our teacher prep programs building the capacities or the competencies of educators for a digital age context, right? So really looking holistically at that. The other piece that I would add that I think is really important is looking again at what we think of as ed tech strategies, right? How do ministries of education build effective digital learning strategies into their master plans or their education sector plans in ways that are meaningful? So they're not a sidebar, but integrated holistically into education planning writ large. The EdTech Hub has launched a research portfolio of about 13 or 14 research studies. So definitely be on the lookout for the data that's going to start emerging. And we're looking at three big areas. So one is the use of technology cost effective? Can it be scaled? And is it truly going to move the needle on student learning? And specifically in low and middle income contexts, right? So definitely stay tuned for that. But I do want to leave you with what the EdTech Hub calls our challenge to the sector, right? So a few framing questions that we should all be obsessed with answering and asking and seeking answers to as we go down this path of digital learning and technology. So I'll just run through the questions really fast. Will this use of technology lead to sustained impact on learning outcomes? Will this use of technology work for the most marginalized children and enhance equity? Will this use of technology be feasible to scale in a cost-effective manner that is affordable for the context? Will this use of technology be effective in the specific implementation context, again? And will this use of technology align with government priorities and lead to strengthening national education systems? So again, these are just food for thought, but really important to round out our conversation today. So thank you, Mark.
Yeah, thank you, Verna, and thanks for leaving us with those rich set of questions. I think a useful set of good questions to apply to any kind of prospective technology implementation. Ketan, final thoughts as we sort of wrap this webinar, and then Andy will bring it over to you for last words. But Ketan, please.
Sure. My final thoughts, I think, would build off what you've already heard in some ways. We can't build enough schools, train enough teachers to serve the population today fast enough to meet the 2030 UN Sustainable Development Goals. And as we add approximately 2 billion more people between now and 2050, that challenge just becomes even more incredible. And so without technology flowing to every part of the world, it's not possible. So Agenda 1 has to be an internet connection, whether it's, it should be a live, fully fledged internet connection, but if not a hub that simulates that for small populations. And that has to be the basis. Our technology as a force for good work demonstrates or calculates that actually you would close 20%, approximately the SDG gap, just by achieving that, just through the connection and the flow of information that goes through that. And then another 20% would be closed of the full SDG gap if technology transfer happened of existing technologies across countries and across boundaries. And so this is the hope, actually, that we have an imperative to do that. And given this is education we're speaking about, it's a very profitable thing to do. And so large amounts of capital should be very incentivized to do that. So I really hope that policymakers will focus on the technology industry just as aggressively as they focus on the finance industry over the last decade. That the next frontier is to mobilize the tech and communications industry.
Thanks, Ketan. And Andy, final thoughts from you?
Sure. I think everybody has said a lot of what I want to say. I think just emphasizing a couple of points. I think what both Frank and Varna said, if we want digital technologies to be effective for learning and to improve learning outcomes, it's more than just about connectivity, devices, platforms, and content, right? It's about also how do you capacitate teachers so they can play sort of an important role in how those things are being utilized. So I think sort of looking at those sort of human factors that Varna was talking about is absolutely critical. I think the second is that I think maybe we need to, I mean, one thing that we sort of find in our research is sort of issues around scaling and financing. And it's not just financing sort of at like the project level or financing it in like X number of schools. It's even things like, where do VCs or investors put their money? I mean, like, is there a role for market shaping and market influencing there for organizations like UNICEF, UNESCO, or the EdTech Hub, right? I mean, because frankly, what we see, like sometimes it's not always about effectiveness, right? Like what attracts the most amount of funding or what gets a lot of attention may not necessarily be about who it impacts or how large the impact is. A lot of time, we don't even know how effective these solutions are. So I think we need to sort of come up with sort of also improve our understanding and standards around like how we evaluate these technologies, how maybe we should think about funding these technologies or incentivize funding for marginalized groups or for technologies that can benefit maybe marginalized groups the most, because that's not where the money necessarily grows. I think, again, the role of EdTech policy in that, like a lot of times I feel EdTech policies are sort of operating in a very, they're assuming like everything is publicly provided, publicly funded, publicly delivered, but that's not the reality of the EdTech marketplace, right? So I think how your EdTech policies think about regulating, enabling, or facilitating that marketplace, I think that's something that needs a lot of thinking about. I mean, I think there's some interesting things that I think some countries are doing. Like I was really interested in sort of the India NEDR example, where they want to build sort of that digital architecture or backbone, because you can't expect a school to buy like 20 products, right? But if you have like that kind of like, architecture and backbone that the governments can really fund and help develop, I think that could be useful. So that's it for now. Thanks.
Thanks so much, Andy. I just wanted to, again, we're at the end of our time, but a big thank you to our four panelists. At least for me personally, that was a very interesting exchange. I appreciated this kind of lens of human security. I think we can all sort of agree that education needs to advance human capacities. And as Verna reminded us, an important way to advance human capacities is, of course, with teaching and learning that involves other human beings, and the technology can be a very powerful tool to enrich this experience and to help build these human capacities that are so important. So with that, we leave you. Thanks very much to all of our participants to join us, whether it's your morning, afternoon, late evening. Thanks again for taking some time to be with us, and looking forward to connecting with everybody online, offline, and in the future. Take care. Bye now.
Thank you.
Hello.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. At least I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes. Okay, I can hear you too. So we're on. Thank you.
Can you hear me okay, Benno?
Yes, perfect. Hello.
All right, very good. Hi, good morning.
I think we are ready, no? So can start. Everybody ready?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. Okay. Yeah, warm welcome to all of you for this 50-minute session on education on technology for human security for all. It is the first session organized in the name of the Jena Declaration as partner of this conference. The Jena Declaration is a project on a cultural approach to sustainability and human security for all. WAS was one of its funding partners. Before I handle the floor to the panelists, let me introduce myself very briefly. I'm the founder and holder of the UNESCO Chair on Global Understanding for Sustainability at the Friedrich Schiller University in Jena, here in Germany, and the initiator of the Jena Declaration, a WAS Fellow, and the chair. We have plenty of time for discussion, first among the panelists, and then the questions submitted by the viewers through the chat. So I invite all the viewers to prepare the question and to submit them through the chat in the course of our discussion. And now for a first very brief self-introduction by the speakers. Ladies first, Ivka, you have the floor.
Okay, thank you very much, Benno. I'm very, very happy to participate in this session. Short introduction from my side. I'm professor for information management in engineering in the Faculty of Mechanical Engineering in the Karlsruhe Institute of Technology, and in the same time, director for intelligent system and production technology in the Center for Computer Science in Karlsruhe. So my background is engineering, digital technologies in engineering, and I'm really very, very interested in the dialogue we will do today. Thank you.
Yes, next one, Witold.
Thank you. Thank you very much for having me over here. It's extremely important topic. I couldn't be more happy to participate in this discussion. Thank you very much also, Benno, for organizing a number of things to make it clear and impactful. I'm sure we achieve at least 10% of it. I'm a professor at the university in Canada. I'm professor at electrical and computer engineering. My background is computer engineering, chip design, and signal processing, development of extracting information and meaning from data. I also participated very much in large technical organizations, IEEE. I was vice president for education over there and played many, many roles. I was also the director of that organization in Canada. It has over 420,000 members. So it's a fairly impactful, not only in one country, but around the globe, interacts with the UN and many organizations, and I'm extremely happy to also be a part of WAS. Thank you.
Perfect. Okay, next and last one, Walt, please.
Good morning, everyone, and it's a privilege to be with you today. I'm a business executive and entrepreneur in the tech sector. Started my career with IBM and then moved into consumer electronics. And currently I'm chairman of a trade group called ProSource, which is 600 companies in the consumer electronics sector. And we're involved in standard setting and education, and also in negotiating with major manufacturers. And I'm a director of the Human Security for All campaign.
Yeah, thank you very much. Our overarching question is how technology education can meet human security in general, and what could be the contribution of technology, all kinds of technological tools, I guess. So the first question is, what are your experience with education on technology for human security for all, and in what field did you make them? Where did you see? Do you see the strengths, and where are you seeing perhaps the difficulties to overcome? On one side, how much time is attributed to education for technology in different levels of schooling at university and so on, and then also public problems. Okay, Maybe the same row again, Yvka, if you might.
Okay, thank you very much. As I said, I'm very strongly involved in the engineering education using digital technologies. I made a PhD in mechanical engineering and computer sciences, and I have also very strong background in virtual reality. So I see that the trends towards teaching on technology for human security in future should be very strongly influenced by the merging of the both realities, physical and not physical virtual reality. We are living in a time where these two realities are merging and building a so-called expanding reality. This is my absolutely high priority in teaching, to bring this topic to the students. I teach in the university, but also vocational and professional training for industrial companies, to understand that we live in this digital or virtual world. This is not just a digital technology we use in our physical life, but we live in the same time also in this expanding reality. And that in future we will have less material resources, and we will create more added value using non-material assets than creating value with material assets. So this is very important also to address a huge number of aspects, not only the security, but also the protecting of the nature, increasing efficiency, dealing in an intuitive, human-oriented way with such technologies. And therefore, I wanted to start really with this statement that for me, the future of education takes place in one reality, which is a mixture or the fusion of the physical and the virtual reality. So not to feel afraid from the digital technology, but to really to learn intuitively, to behave and to work in this this digital reality. So therefore, my experiences, I teach already 20 years in the university in virtual engineering, simulation, using also augmented or mixed reality, with extension now to put more and more artificial intelligence and IoT aspects in this education. So probably I will stop at this point and we'll add some comments later on. Thank you.
Thank you. Witold, with the same question. So what are your experiences of education on technology?
Yes, thank you. I would like to really follow up on what Yvka mentioned, that it is a mixture, but above all, it is also the purpose of education. And above all, it is the recognition that each and every person is different. So the Prussian model of education, that we have to produce as many workers on assembly lines and teach one program to everybody, that must be eradicated from our approaches today. We have to move from one fits all to one fits one. We learn by discovering, not acquiring skills of surviving, but discovering how we could have a value in contributing to the process. As Gary Jacobs always mentioned, it is really what we are that the world would be, not what the world is and we could be in it, but perhaps a mixture of both. Consequently, I put a lot of effort with my friends to develop personalized systems of instructions, the SAI that was developed by Fred Keller in the 60s when he went to help Brazil in learning. Brazil did not have the capacity of learning so many people, so many different aspects. But it was really uncanny. It was done prior to computers. We've changed this to computer-aided personalized system of instruction. The system was done in the 70s, is used heavily today. The idea over here, it is not that teacher teaches students, but there is a mentor of learning, and each student becomes a teacher. So it is a concept that was based on some of the Skinner's developments in the west of the US. But it was really that component. Then the second idea was to develop personalized experiential learning. And I've developed many courses that operate on the experience learned and embodied in the activities. I also developed a computer engineering program, not only one place, but many places. I developed Microelectronics Center, but right from the beginning of my activities, I paid attention to STEAM. I would like STEM to include A. A stands not for arts only, but for awareness of others, awareness of the environment, awareness of us living somewhere, and not just happily, not in pursuit of happiness, but pursuit of discovery and the discovery of others, not oneself. So moving from me to we. And that movement obviously is fundamental to our survival, I think. In order to do that, however, connectivity is very important. I was extremely happy and utilizing internet, contributed to internet, to software, to cognitive networks and other things. But I have moved now to low Earth orbit satellites and systems, and I'm leading now a project that would include the thousands of satellites we have, to move also to communities that will not be connected with the present technology. It is to indigenous students, thousands of people speaking tens or hundreds of languages that haven't been touched. We've ignored them as if they were, as we discovered America, similarly discovering that there is nobody somewhere. We are everywhere. It is the presence that must be recognized. So space for connectivity. And this is not just connectivity, but also developing the ability to deliver food, medicine through totally different mechanisms of connectivity. Then I've also been doing a lot of work in machine learning, and we are developing developed number of things for security. Detection of anomalies, detection of things, protection of an individual. That goes very much along the lines of what UN wants to accomplish too. But how to do it? And that we've discovered in that process that just doing protection is not enough. We have to have mentors. We have to have tools that will protect us and from becoming now, entering slavery 4.0, where we are being sold without even knowing that we are being sold. That requires a new approach altogether that utilizes all of the developments. And that is digital twin, cognitive digital twins. We are working very hard on symbiotic digital twins. I call them symbionts, and also mimetic digital twins, cognitive digital twins. We will call them memions. They are not only assistants in our learning, acquiring skills, but learning and discovering and doing things better, but also will unequivocally are designed to protect us, not to make us new slaves of new environments. So it is an important component in the developments, I think. So I would like to stop at this level. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much for this extended overview and making many, many important points. Before I enter into debate, Walt, please.
Okay, first I want to say, Witold, that's fascinating. I'm really interested in your work and particularly fascinated by the digital twins concept, but all of your work and your work with the IEEE in particular. My experience in education is to help companies grow. I have spent my entire career developing trade organizations that are designed to address challenges of growth in technology companies. And most recently, in the trade organization ProSource that I'm chairman of, we've developed a three-pronged approach to technology education. We've developed an academy, which is a hands-on educational system to develop trade skills in the technical field. That's become very important because there's a shortage of trained technical people that can actually deploy technology effectively, particularly at the consumer level. We've attempted to address that by creating these academies that allow companies to hire people based on their intelligence and character and not so much on their experience level. And we can boot camp them into an entry-level position, and from there we can get them into hands-on in the field training and turn them into productive employees. The second thing that we've done is create a university. I call it a university in a loose sense of the term. It's basically digital online learning with structured programs that are delivered digitally and graded, and the information is passed on to the employer about the person's progress, and specific curriculum to address a particular individual's needs can be developed and individualized for each employee. So that's the second thing that we're doing. And the third thing that we're doing is peer-to-peer learning at the executive level, at the CEO level. What we've found is that as companies grow, CEO skill set dramatically changes. The skill set requirements dramatically change. And as a consequence of that, a lot of CEOs begin to feel very insecure and begin to look around at their peers to determine who's addressing a particular problem effectively, and they want to interact with those people. So we found that these peer-to-peer learning systems at the executive level are extremely effective.
Yeah, thank you very much. I mean, I can see there is a strong emphasis on what has been called by Witold individually tailored technical support. I mean, this is in the key of the idea, at the center of the idea of human security for all, going from a state diplomacy security to an individual security wherever people live on the planet. So to focus maybe the next round a little bit stronger to that key aspect of human security for all program. And in that respect, maybe the second question, what should be the key pillars and methods of education in technology? You mentioned that already a little bit, but maybe now a little bit more focus on the key aspects and methods in the education of technology in respect of the individually tailored security for all.
Okay.
Go ahead.
If
you want to go ahead.
I wasn't sure who you were addressing that to, Benno, but I'll yield.
Okay. Okay. You've got then Walt.
First of all, I like very much the statements of Witold and von Wout, because we are going in the same direction. My experiences with virtual reality are really experiences of personalized interaction and cognition in virtual reality, because virtual reality is used to put the person, to let the person look on the world from his personal view. With the camera position. So this is already offered by the technology. So to talk about the key pillars, I would like to really go a little bit in details about technology, methodology, and content. So we have to distinguish these three topics. The technology has been used in the past like one solution for everything. So this will not anymore work. So talking about solution, we have to have the possibility for the education to configure the technological devices. This can be done today with the smartphones in very easy way, with different configuration of the apps and so on. But this will be probably the main line in the using technology for education in future, to have a personalized, configured technological devices. Second, it's a question of content. And this content has to also to be personalized. As Witold said, each person learns in a different way. We are not anymore living in the old-fashioned university with frontal education, with mass education and so on. Today, each person has individual way and individual access to knowledge. Therefore, the content must be also personalized, and therefore the methodology we use for teaching has to cover exactly this personalized view concerning the technology and the content. What is very important for me is just to put also this aspect in this, into discussion. We are living in the world where the innovation cycles are changing very fast. Each year, each month, each year, each second 2-3 years, the technology is changing radically and rapidly. This is much shorter than the educational time in university. Normally, we spend about 5 years for education in university. That means a big problem today in the education is that the content, the methodology, and the technology used for teaching is some way old-fashioned. It's not anymore corresponding to the level of technological development and innovation today. This is very important to address this issue. We have to really do very flexible react towards technology, methodology, and content. Also the second aspect is I'm absolutely convinced that in future we should not teach just knowledge, we should teach skills, because just to accumulate knowledge is not enough. We have to use this knowledge to do out of them. Therefore, my statements concerning the key pillars are teaching new technological skills individually and teaching new technological skills in a new way. So we personally, and I like it very much, the statements until now about digital twins, cognitive digital twins. We talk also about hybrid digital twins. This is the technological basis for the future, where the twins can assist people to better get and process knowledge and derive skills out of them. Therefore, the infrastructure for education should be really appropriate for this time, this type of teaching. I do not want to talk so much, but I want just to put another two aspects concerning the assisting us by digital twins or cognitive twins. I put really the human-machine interaction in the main focus, because we learn through interaction. And we have to have the technology and the methodology to support the interaction of human with machine. From another side, this interaction should be done in a very intuitive way, because the human should concentrate not on just using or serving technology, but learning and generating content. I will stop on this on this point, and I'm really looking now for your comments.
Maybe Wald, as next, your insight on the key pillars and methods of education on technology for human security for all.
Well, I'm wrapped up in the Human Security for All campaign, so I've spent a lot of time thinking about how to align education with the human security dimensions. And it's not difficult to do that when you start thinking about the dimensions and how they relate to individual living and individual security. So on the educational front, what we've tried to do is to align or come up with a human security dimension that fits with an educational objective. And for example, when training technicians for field work, there's an emphasis on safety, which ties into the human security health dimension. There's also an emphasis on proper handling of toxic materials. And so that kind of training is very important. The emphasis on safety has really helped reduce the number of workplace injuries. So it's not enough just to teach people technical skills in the workplace. You have to teach them how to apply those technical skills in a safe manner. I also think that continuing education is important today for economic security because the half-life of technical education today is very short. What we find is that we train somebody on a networking skill, for example, or a particular software platform, and a couple of years later, there's been a transformation and a new training is required. So the idea that we need continuous lifelong learning, I think, is an idea that's permeating through the workplace environment and is affecting attitudes in companies about the types of educations that are really needed by employees that are coming into the workforce. The idea that somebody can go to school, to university or whatever, and come out and be ready even today for a job in the technical field is kind of naive. I think that specialized training is always necessary to fit the needs of a company, and companies have reached a point where they aren't even requiring, in many cases, a university degree for certain types of highly paid jobs. They're just requiring an assurance of a level of intelligence, a certain level of character, and an ability, a proven ability to master or having already mastered that technology. I think that that in the case of consumer electronics now, there's an emphasis on personal security, whereas in the past, for example, automated systems were focused on the George Jetson type of domestic support that was popularized by science fiction. Today, there's much more of an emphasis on personal security when these home automation systems and even commercial automation systems are being designed. And on the commercial, on the environmental front, there's also an emphasis in the deployment of technology today on energy efficiency, and a lot of money is being spent, particularly in new construction, in ensuring that energy is utilized in a very efficient manner, that idle equipment is being turned off, that lights are being utilized efficiently, that climate controls are being utilized efficiently as well. So I think what I've stressed as I speak to business leaders is that the human security paradigm is a way to align your company strategically with the needs of society, but also with the aspirations of consumers and the regulatory environment.
Yeah, thank you. Before I hand over to Witold, I invite our viewers to ask their question now so I can get prepared and to frame them a little bit for our panelists. So please go ahead and ask your questions through the chat. Witold, please, the floor is yours. On the key pillars and methods of education on technology for human security.
Thank you very much. I like very much what Walt and Yves mentioned. It is we need to relearn various things very quickly. And IEEE, you probably know, Walt, that we have established 3 academies because of that, and continuing education plays a critical role. The idea over here is, again, when the Prussian model was introduced, one training or one education for a lifetime is gone. As 40 years ago, Bucky Fuller discovered that the knowledge rate of increase of knowledge is exponential. In 1770, it was for a lifetime. When Bucky talked about it, it was still a lifetime. Today, everybody will have 3 jobs, many jobs. It is not possible to learn everything for everything. So the personalization and the segmented education is absolutely critical. So it's lifelong learning, not just learning for life. It is that commitment to it is important. In that personalization of education and learning is also the foundation for experiential learning that you refer to already. It is verification of the theory and acquisition of experience. But above all, in my opinion now, is cooperation and collaboration. When I established the we started building satellites. We discovered that no single discipline can do that. We have to include it. I had 130 students from 16 departments, and they discovered instantly that without the other department, it could not be done. It has to be together. But in that process, it's not just doing it for convenience, because we can't know all of that. It is the discovery of the others. And I think the education of today must be the collaboration, cooperation, because we need one another. It is not I do a service for someone. I might. But it is that component that is essential in it. It is the critical thinking in that process that also is enhanced. It is critical thinking normally operates at a very shallow level. It is now moving from the shallowness of it into the depth to discover that there are monsters in the sea that we have to deal. But that discovery, it also leads to a fundamental human transformation. It is not just that we are doing the job better with the technology and more securely with the technology. Another component is imagination and creativity, but not for making more money, but for making us better, us humans. The transformation must be us. We must discover that it is important to do it. And that led me to the idea of transforming the pyramid of knowledge to igloo of knowledge. Igloo is that thing that you build to survive in -50. I live in a place where we have -50. I know what the igloo means. I know what it is important. If I don't know how to do it, I'll die. I die not eventually. I die tomorrow or today or in an hour. So those are the things that we must actually instill in our students, that knowing and recognizing that we are not alone is extremely important. And finally, it is that design thinking. As you know, there was a very big movement also in industry. Design thinking and the post-it idea is good enough. No, we must implement, test, improve with no waste or minimal waste. And then finally, and this is now, I've been participating in many sessions. I heard that it is too expensive to change. No. As of last week, I heard a number, $10 trillion will move us from fossil fuel to alternatives, electrical, wind, solar, hydrogen, 10 trillion. Our economy is 100 trillion, 10%. Our investment, as Gary mentioned, into military is not just 1 trillion anymore, it's 2 trillion. If we would cut 1 trillion from it, we could do it for nothing. It is available. We have to ask now, all of us, to find that 10 trillion. Let's find 20 trillion to do it faster, because that is survivability. That is the sustainability. It is not only personalization, but without the personalization, the awareness of each and every person, we have almost no chance. As we discussed, as Benno mentioned, the state, Canada, where I live, does not know me, and probably shouldn't know me too much. I don't want them to tell me what to do tomorrow. I ought to. My desire is to know, with all my students and all my friends, what we must do tomorrow, how we should be doing it without hurting everybody around us for the benefit of me or others. It is that transformation that I think was established to move from the life of fear, that fear will prevent us from destruction, to the awe that Herschel and others mentioned very often. I asked for wonder and you gave it to me. It is you means you, all of us sitting over here and listening to it, will have a chance to dream about tomorrow that will be free of fear and will be secure, that a person will feel the potential growing each hour, not each day, to do a little bit better. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much. I mean, very interesting points you made, all three of you. I think one is we should, but we can't deepen is, I mean, technology is very often linked to solutionism, that we are solving existing problems technologically. But the future is not only about that, I guess. We have to dig deeper. We have to contribute to problem avoidance, as I put it. And technology is certainly, just in the last points you were making, with all, and also Walt before, and Ivka, very much demanded to contribute to that. From the me to we, as you put it, and the connectivity. And there is another point that should be mentioned. Maybe we don't have time now, but the rise of echo chambers. If you have all these totalitarian regimes that are building echo chambers, that people are only listening to what they want to hear, and they don't are open to have critical statements. So this is technologically one of the big problems, I think, for all ideas of democratic life and democratic constitutions of political life. I have a question from Gary, especially to Witold, but to all of you. To what extent does current technical education include understanding of the potential social impact of the technology that is being taught? This is a little bit along the lines of what I was just trying to put, both in terms of potential threat and social benefit, especially in respect of artificial intelligence. The answer may vary from the most advanced institutions and widely prevailing institutional practices. So if maybe each of you could give an answer to Gary, just questions: to what extent does current technological education include understanding of the potential social impact of the technology that is being taught? So in short, what is the critical attitude to what you are telling in class?
If I may say,
okay.
go ahead, Ivka.
Okay. So it's very, very good question. In my understanding, I will make a parallel to the automotive industry, because before moving to the university, I spent many years working for General Motors on the Opel side, and we had the praxis of active and passive security. So, we invest a lot for safe and secure driving, and therefore we have to really analyze what are the main aspects of making a car more safety? And we do not talk so much about these issues in the education. That means what I would like to address is there is a possibility to create an environment, infrastructure, where we can take some measures for ensuring passive security during the teaching with technology. But for me, most important is the active security. The active security means understand and take self-responsibility. So for me, it's very important in future, in dealing with technology, not to consider the technology just as a black box. This can be very dangerous. We have to understand now ChatGPT, everybody's talking about, but we have to understand this is just a text modeling tool. This is not really this intelligence what the people thinks that is inside. It is very important really to bring to the students, to the people, first of all, to be critical towards technology, to understand how technology works, and then to take the responsibility. If I use this technology, for what reason? This is for me absolutely important. How do we practice this? Because we deal also with innovative technologies, which changes a lot. We created in my institute so-called sandbox labs. Sandbox labs are labs where we do really in experimenting with technology in a very intuitive, easy way, playing with the technology, but trying to understand very fast what are the main features and how to adapt these technologies to the education. I wanted to put this also into discussion because we have always to understand that teaching means also not only teaching in time, but also teaching in space. So we have, of course, virtual spaces, but time to time to ensure the collaborative and cooperative way of teaching, we have to have such really appropriate spaces where people come together and make experience together. Thank you.
Yeah, Walt or Vito, whatever you want.
Okay, so can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Yes, so Gary, I wouldn't be able to go to a classroom if I would be teaching only skills and technology. Even if about security, no, it has to be more. I could not get excited. I would be depressed. I wouldn't go to the classroom at all. So teaching skills alone is not good enough. They go and come and go. So there has to be a deeper reason for teaching. Teaching skills for the labor market alone is not good enough because the markets change faster than we can really even adapt to it. Using the AI and the tools like ChatGPT, we should not fear it. We should not use it for cheating. We should use it for development of critical thinking and saying how good actually it was. Someone asked me, well, so are you saying that we should use ChatGPT in answering all of your questions? I said, yes. But then how would you know that I do not cheat? I would ask ChatGPT, how much did you write it? So, and I have other tools to do it. So it is critical thinking that will matter. Then we should not fear that it is important. And the fundamental idea over here is that the teaching for jobs must change now. Teaching for us, for humanity, for the sustainability and security. There's a specific component that is extremely important. So I do teach. Is it really a norm? I would say no. But we could use now all of the tools that we've just discussed, and the personalized type, symbiotic, mimetic, cognitive digital twins or digital assistants. I don't like the twin idea over here because it is not a twin. It is that component that could help an individual to grow, to become a better person. That is on the way. And many of us are involved around the globe in that process. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. there is no further question, but I would draw the attention of the panelists and also of the viewers in the chat. There is a marked from the organizers where we can review our session or all sessions that are recorded. So maybe for our summary of our session, that would be an important information. Yes, I think we have a couple of...
I would like to answer Gary's question as well, Benno.
Sorry. Oh, go ahead.
I'd like to answer Gary's question very briefly.
Yeah, no. We have 4 minutes.
I just want to say that I think that that the societal aspirations are the mother of technology. I think that what isn't understood is how technology is going to be used by bad actors. I don't think that that is always understood. It isn't even understood, I don't think, when technology is developed, how it's going to be utilized for good. But I think it is assumed that it will be utilized for good. And I think that's the motivation for it in the first place. But I don't think there's enough understanding of how technology can be utilized by bad actors.
Yeah. Any other comments?
That's why I clearly see the technology of that is more intelligent, not just spinning wheels, will be helpful in that process too, to identify the bad actors and talk to them, not kill them.
Yeah. For me, the important points mentioned from my background is especially what has been put forward, the awareness of the others from the me to we. I think technology, all modern or late modern technology, is very subject-centered. So the egocentric is as a huge power, and to use technological devices to create new forms of community, a new form of societal constellations, of societal interactions. That's, I think, a major duty ahead of us. And especially what we didn't talk much in this session is technological devices as warning system to enhance security of the individual wherever and what time they live. That will be will have a major impact in the spatial dimension. We see now with earthquakes are a very complicated issue in that respect, but we can see with earthquake what's happened if the preparation is bad or not existing, what the impact can be. And if you would have warning systems, I know for earthquakes that's not so easy, but for many other things it's a possibility that could avoid many destruction and many dead people, potentially at least, right? Have you any comments to make a summary? You are welcome. You have, each of you have, I give 1 minute, and then we are more or less in time when we finish. Yvka, maybe?
So, Benno, as you mentioned, the technologies that we discussed today will satisfy the requirements that you just mentioned. It is the warning. Not only that, it already exists. It is the terrestrial networks and space networks are involved in protecting or alerting people to problems. But still, it comes down to that awareness, this STEAM, that awareness of others and working together. Without it, we are still down. So we must move into that us activity, us education, oriented towards not you and me, the group that is connected today, but those who are not connected, and the awareness that they have needs too that we might not even know. It is that transformation into that new cooperative structure and the movement from reductionism into the interactive systems, complex systems, where minute change may affect many others, and the bad actors, bad intentions might have greater influence than the physical destruction. So it is the destruction of hope that I worry the most, rather than the destruction of me. I won't be here to worry if I will be destroyed. But I worry about my grandchildren every time I see them and talk. He said, "Who are you? What will you do? Who are we?" If we would really continue on that line, I think there is hope. And I'm very grateful to Gary and you and all who are talking about it. We must talk. We must fight through words. Words may be very powerful. Thank you.
Thank you all so much. I really enjoyed this session. Really appreciate your hosting, Benno. And all of you, thank you.
Thank you for participation. Ivka?
Just for me, my statement is after having this inspiring session as that human first. Human is the human is in the main focus in the human, not on the technology. And I will add that technology to be used for education should be only trustful technology. As you said, Benno, should be technology which is protecting, is secure in protecting human per definition, not technology just to be sold. And we have really to fight for this, to have really the human oriented technology which helps human really to grow up and not just to make money out of technology. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much. We are nearly in time, only 100 seconds late. I will get in touch with all the panelists to produce a summary of the thoughts we have produced in this session, and that it will be on the records of the whole conference. Thank you very much to everybody, viewers and panelists, and hope to meet digitally or face-to-face another place, another time, somewhere on this planet. Take care. Look after yourself.
Thank you, Benno.
Stay secure.
Thank you.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
All right, and is this the one that you're moderating? Do you think it would bother you if I showered and dried my hair if I closed the door? Not at all, no. Did a little checking on lunch places. Fong's is closed today. We can talk about it.
Okay. Hello. Hello. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Good. Yes, I hear you guys.
what might be still in the other session.
Sorry?
Walt, are you here with us? No, probably he's finishing the previous session. Did you attend the previous session? He was a panelist.
No,
It was very interesting session.
Was it? No, I didn't hear it. No.
Yeah, it was very interesting. He was one of the panelists. Hi, Gary.
Hi, it's big. Nice to see you.
Good to see you. Yeah.
Vesnas, happy you could join. And Colin, I'm delighted to meet you. Looking
Very nice to see you, Gary. Delighted to be here.
So much good from Isabella that so glad you could join us.
Very, very pleased to, and thank you for inviting me.
Hi, everybody. I'm here, but I have a message on my screen that the host has stopped my video.
You didn't move from one session to another. They need to change your role. Okay.
Started my video. Okay, very good.
Well done.
Hi, everybody. Colin, it's great to meet you. I know about your work. It's very interesting to me.
We all aspire to feel safe
Very,
and secure.
very nice to be here. Thank you.
Yet for countless people around the world, this is not a reality. Conflict, poverty, climate change, discrimination, inequality, and injustice threaten all dimensions of human security. Indeed, our sense of insecurity seems to be increasing. Today's threats cannot be solved by traditional education. We need education that focuses on preparing youth with the values and knowledge needed to understand the rapidly changing world they live in and the actions they can take both for themselves and for society to overcome threats and enhance well-being. But there is hope. Education that focuses on human security is a powerful tool that can transform communities and build a brighter future for generations to come. It empowers individuals, strengthens communities, and promotes peace and stability. It enhances freedom from fear, want, and indignity. At its core, education for human security is about creating a better future for all and leaving no one behind.
I'm hearing some administrative chatter in the background. There we go. Thank you. Welcome, everybody. Can you hear me? Everyone hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay. Good. My name is Walt Stinson. I'm your moderator today. I am a business executive and entrepreneur. I'm chairman of a trade group called ProSource, which is an educational and buying institution in the technology sector, consumer electronics sector. I'm a director of the Human Security for All campaign. And it's my pleasure to host you today and welcome you to this session on business education for human security. I'd like to start out by giving you each an opportunity to introduce yourselves, and then we'll move into our topic. So Colin, I'll start with you. Can you introduce yourself, and then we'll rotate around.
Thanks very much indeed, Walter. My name's Colin Mair. I'm a professor at Oxford University. I was the first professor in the business school at Oxford University in 1994, and I was a former dean of the business school. I led a program on the future of the corporation at the British Academy, and recently I co-chaired a Scottish Government commission on business purpose. And my interest is in the centrality of business education, leadership, and policy for promoting human security, health, economic, environmental, food, personal, community, and political security. Thank you.
Very good. Zbigniew?
I'm Zbigniew Bochniarz, originally from Poland. But during my 54 years of academic career, I spent over 30 years at the American universities. So graduated from Warsaw School of Economics as economist, starting with capital assessment and then moving toward natural capital. And then when I moved to the States as a founding member of the Polish Ecological Club, I was very much interested in market mechanisms for environmental protection. So I was lucky enough to meet Professor Hurwicz, Nobel Prize winner, and while working, he introduced me to market mechanisms for environmental protection. We designed institutions in Poland and other countries. And so I had to work also with Ostrom on the institutions. So from moved to institutional economics. And then Professor Porter invited me to join his new topic, microeconomics, new program, microeconomics on competitiveness. And then I learned from him not only about competition, but also collaboration and the role of social capital in building clusters. So then I learned also that just focusing on competitiveness is not enough. Creating shared values to move beyond just narrowly defined profit is very critical to resolve with a new business model, social and environmental problems. So anyway, and then I moved back to Poland a few years ago and started teaching at Koźmiński University, the private business school with all international, 5 international accreditations. So this is really top private business school and public administration in Central Eastern Europe. So I'm here. And then teaching also, now sustainability in business, strategies for sustainable development, and I'm including the human security to the way of curriculum in the program of delivering by student-centered approach and within the learning community as way. Okay, this is probably enough at this point.
Okay, thank you. Vesna. Good morning. Afternoon. You're muted.
Unmute your Mike.
Okay.
Great. Okay, good.
Good. Okay, so it's done. Thank you very much for inviting me to the panel. I am not involved in teaching business, but I do research on business and human security. So let me tell you a little bit by way of introduction on the program that we have been implementing for the last 5 years or so at the London School of Economics. Business and Human Security Initiative is a research and implementation program focused on understanding the role of business in society and developing new approaches and models that can mobilize business contribution to positive social outcomes and deliver development with security. So as part of our work, we have developed a framework which we call Human Security Business Partnerships, a mouthful, and we are looking for more elegant formulation of the framework, which combines the concept of human security and smart partnering in an innovative form of association and cooperation between companies, communities, and other stakeholders based on identifying and leveraging what are their shared interests in specific situations of insecurity. So we apply human security both as an outcome of collective action involving business, that is delivering sustainable outcomes for business and improving people's daily life, as well as a methodology that supports engagement of those diverse actors working together to address problems that no single actor could achieve on their own. So it's very much within this notion of social innovation. The framework emphasizes participatory processes for creating positive interactions between stakeholders to improve the kind of freedoms envisaged in the human security concept and sustainable development goals. And it is intended to encourage the design of flexible, dynamic, and mutually beneficial agenda for action between business and other stakeholders, which is tailored to local circumstances. And what is specific to our work, I would say, is that while we speak and engage with the global debates on business and human security, including in relation to the Agenda 2030, and indeed, that's the reason why we've been invited to join this conversation. Our framework is designed to guide company community engagement at the operational level in sites where companies run their activities, where their contact with communities is most direct. And from there, we draw connections with national and international actors, processes, and dynamics. So, and finally, as I said, our research is practically relevant. Hence, we are testing the framework on the ground, and in parallel, we are engaging in outreach activities to inform our thinking about various aspects of the framework and how to improve it.
Oh, that's really exciting. And I'm looking forward to hearing more from you about that. Thank you. Srijit, welcome. It's nice to see you.
Nice to see you, Walt. Good morning to all of you. I'm Srijit from India. I'm the partner and the founder of Global Institute of Integral Management Studies, which is a business school. We offer courses in logistics and supply chain management. We have MBA, PG diploma programs here. I'm also one of the directors of World University Consortium and an associate fellow of World Academy of Art and Science. I have some business consultancies here in India. I'm basically a BSc Agriculture graduate. I have some agriculture experience also. So I'm a consultant to some of the agriculture farms in India. That's about me. Nice to meet you all.
Very good. Well, we're here because we want to talk about business education in the context of the Human Security Campaign. And I know that each of you know something about the Human Security Campaign, and I'd like to hear from Colin. We'll go in the same order we went around the first time. I'd like to hear from each of you about your views on the current state of business education and how we can bring it into better alignment with the human security concept, which it revolves around a people-centered approach to security that is based on economic security, food security, environmental security, health security, personal security, community security, and political security, and differs from our previous concepts of security in that it really is a bottom-up approach rather than a top-down approach. It is relevant to business education, I think, because business education, in my experience, has to this point been more of a top-down type of educational experience where the corporation is at the top. The education is oriented around maximizing the outcomes for the corporation, which is often very narrowly defined and doesn't pay quite enough attention to the human security pillars as might be required in today's environment. So I know that each of you has thought quite a bit about that, and I'm looking forward to hearing your thoughts about it and how your work aligns with this concept. So Colin, we'll start with you.
Thank you very much indeed, Walt. And your concerns are entirely justified because business education thus far has failed to deliver what it's potentially capable of in addressing these issues around human security. And the reason that it's failing is that it's failing to put the fundamental question that business and business education raise. And that is a question as to what is the purpose of business? Why does business exist? Why is it created? What is its reason for being? Now, for 60 years, a business school education has started off with a strong presumption as to what the answer to that question is. And it's basically the notion that the purpose of business is to make money for its shareholders and for those who are in particular leading the organizations. And that notion has really come to drive our belief as to the sole function that business can perform. But that notion of what a purpose of business is increasingly being questioned, and being questioned around the notion that it's bigger, broader, and it's higher than just making money. The notion of business that's gaining traction is one that says that, of course, profit is very important for business. It resources business and it incentivizes people. But it's important to understand that profit is not the purpose of business. Profit is derivative of what a purpose of a business is. And if you pose the question as to, well, what is that purpose in terms of its reason for being, why it's created, and what it's there to do, the answer is it's there to solve problems that you and I face as individuals, communities, societies, and the natural world, and to find ways of solving those problems in a form that is commercially viable and profitable. And furthermore, that in terms of solving those problems, it should not profit from imposing detriments on others. So an appropriate definition of what a purpose of business is to produce profitable solutions for the problems of people and planet, not profiting from producing problems for either. Now, firstly, in relation to business education, the reason why that is critically important is that to date, business school courses have started with a presumption that the purpose of business is to make money. What this is saying is that a business school course should start from a question as to what is the purpose of business? Why does it exist? And what are those problems that business is there to solve and find commercially viable and profitable ways of solving them? And if one does that, then the whole nature of a business education takes on a very different form. It takes on a form that recognizes the centrality of business in society and the role that it plays in creating, not undermining, human security. And in that regard, it's very important to recognize that this notion of purpose is not something that is just a marketing campaign or promotional. It's not really just about corporate social responsibility. And it's certainly not just about philanthropy. It's about hard-nosed business. It is what business should be doing as its core, at the heart of business. It should be driving its strategy, and it should be recognized that business's role in solving problems profitably is what every business should start off by determining as its fundamental driver. And business school education should make it clear that that is the determinant of why business exists. And everything in terms of courses on marketing, strategy, finance, accounting, operations management, operational organizations, those should follow as a natural product of why businesses exist. We failed to determine the very fundamental starting point of how we should be determining business education, and what should therefore be driving everything in terms of the leadership, the management, the resourcing, and the outcomes and performance of business.
That's really fascinating, and I agree with you completely. I would say that I deal a lot with entrepreneurs. I'm chair of an organization that has 600 mostly entrepreneurial, first generation type companies that are not publicly listed. And I would say that most of these companies, if not all of them, started out with the mission that you just mentioned, which was to solve a problem. It's interesting that business education doesn't align with the way many companies actually get started, which is to solve a problem. But somehow in the process of developing the education, it becomes kind of technocratic in its emphasis and loses the original mission of the founders. So hopefully we can come back to that later. Zbigniew.
I could not agree more with Colin what he said. This is exactly business is for solving problems in profitable way. Profitable, it means, nobody will subsidize them. They will get a return. And this is what the new business model is about. I would say, don't want to repeat the excellent arguments what Colin used. So I follow the concept of Michael Porter and Kramer when they presented to 2011 the creating shared value concept. Exactly, this is what this multi-crisis, what we experienced 2008, and these days, this is the heritage or legacy of the wrong business model. So I would only say, that if I would redefine, because it's excellent, if I would add, the business should refocus in offering or creating value, not for stockholders, but for stakeholders, all starting from own employee to community, not only around community, but also to global community. And this is exactly we need to redefine. So we still have a wrong way to go. Unfortunately, this is the process, the change of corporate culture is not that fast. However, if you observe the development of global compact organization, it is amazing how fast they started developing. There are more and more corporation and also other organization joining. There are, I believe, about 15,000 members from 150 countries. So, and then they have all these elements, what we are talking about, sustainability, as well as major elements of human security. I mean, the concept of human security is covered in terms of creating shared values, because it gives the opportunity, you know, to secure the fair working conditions and fair wages, salaries, and also care for the environment. What I would like to add, what came out from yesterday's discussion, and then you ask Walt the question, what are the deficiencies? I should say also that with the impact global compact organization, the business school, particularly in the United States, they are teaching sustainable development courses and more and more refocusing from narrow profit orientation to the larger concept, which embrace many aspects of human security. However, it's not enough, and we have still problems in teaching the business model. I mean, my university in Poland is one of the first which introduced the sustainable development as a major curricula for the degree and so on. But now we need to move further. We need to move beyond just sustainability, which would mean, you know, from economic point, the constant capital, you know, I mean, all forms. We need to move to a regenerative development. We need to create more than we use, you know, because there are a lot of the environment is distracted, damaged, and then we need to invest more in human capital in developing countries to give them the chance to grow. So anyway, this is the discussion now, and I'm pleased to see that there are already Mark yesterday was talking with several of you about the concept of regenerative development, which is moving beyond sustainability. But anyway, and this is something what I feel comfortable that it will embrace the concept of human security. And coming back to the last session, you were panelists. I think that we need to include more in our delivery, the system, the technology which Witold particularly was talking about, and the digital twins, you know, I mean, teaching based on already achieved results in learning and experience, building on the experience. What I see, and it works pretty well, last 10, 15 years, I am practicing that type of community learning community systems with student center. When you, and particularly team project action research, it gives the opportunity for students to expand their experience, learn from each other, and developed very important elements which are very missing, you know, in current situation. Tolerance to diversity, understanding different culture, understanding much larger environment going beyond your country. I teach the class now with about 20 students that are from 7 nations. So if you have that type of composition, and in Europe we have this Erasmus Excellent program, it enrich their approach to human needs, and then respect to other culture, and also learning from the other's experience. So at this point, it would be my answer.
Thank you. Vesna.
Yes, I think I'm very much in line with Professor Mayer's argument. And what I would say on my part is that I think business education is really aligned with this, or the change in business education ought to be aligned with this change in the economic paradigm, which places individual communities and societal well-being at the center, and which understands development as empowerment and as transformational process. So if this is the new paradigm, then that requires different understanding of the role of business. So we see now the evolution from where business was really perceived as a development tool to being a development agent, and now most recently we started thinking about business as a development partner in addressing complex societal needs and in contributing to empowerment and development with dignity. So if these are if this is a broader framework in which business education takes place, then we need to change both the curricula and the method of delivering education to business students. And I think what as far as I understand, because as I said, I don't teach on business courses, there is a merit in pushing for more for the type of training that puts students more in contact with real life situations, with real life problems, with those actors or who are ultimately affected by what the decisions or the strategies that business puts in place. So I think what I'm trying to say is not just about teaching new concepts, but it's also about of method of delivery and teaching students to be able to appreciate real life situations and understand in order to understand how business can contribute positively to change the situation on the ground, the potential negative impact of its presence in local communities.
Well, we get what we measure, don't we? So what's going on at the London School of Economics to change the way in which business performance is actually measured?
Say it again, I didn't understand.
Is there anything going on at the school to actually teach students a new way of measuring success in business? For example, how is the London School of Economics dealing with students today in their education regarding externalities?
I'm not involved in the teaching side, but I do know that as far as business and society agenda is concerned, that there are graduate courses and graduate in graduate programs that do look into these issues.
Okay, well, we'll get back to that question. I'm sure that our Colin and Zbigniew probably have a comment on that. Srijit, you're dealing with things at more of a grassroots level. Tell us about what you see.
Okay, thank you. We have been discussing for the last 2 days that this era is an era of uncertainties and unprecedented challenges. Wars, conflicts, climate change, ecological imbalances, health issues, shortage of energy, food and fertilizers, economic slowdown and lack of jobs are some of the major challenges which the world is facing. We cannot say that different world organizations or national governments, business leaders or decision makers did not have the capacity to manage all these issues, at least for a while or for a few years of time. But we all may agree that comprehensive and sustainable solutions for all these human security issues are possible through individual empowerment, which in turn can happen only through proper education, and business education in particular got a huge role to play. Actually, world has been moving significantly in this direction. Very many universities and education institutions had started addressing this. But how can we create a universal model of education where we can prepare youngsters with the adequate skills, knowledge, attitude, and values to face an uncertain future? Very challenging question. System of education should transform youngsters as critical thinkers, problem solvers who understands and shares the aspiration and values of the society at large. Students should transform as global citizens who can take the responsibility of the world issues rather than merely working for a company. I have some experiences in this direction. As I spoke before, I'm running a logistics and supply chain management institution in India, perhaps the largest one in our country. Logistics and supply chain management deals with the movement of goods and services. And this sector is well connected directly with the day-to-day human needs and human life. With the 1.4 billion population, logistics and supply chain management is a booming sector in India. There are around 2 million new jobs getting created in this sector annually in India. I would like to share 3 examples to demonstrate how some pedagogical changes in logistics education can directly and positively impact on assuring human security. I had mentioned that our field of study primarily deals with scientific and economic movement of goods and services around the globe. If you take the example of recent COVID vaccines, thanks to the medical fraternity and labs for developing vaccines, but making vaccines available on time to hospitals, to health workers, and the general public are equally or sometimes far more important. World had moved more than 12 billion vaccines in less than 10 months in 2021. Vaccines had moved even to the most geographically challenging areas. We at our institution have incorporated this real-life situation in its true essence into our curriculum of moving life-saving medicines. Second example is, logistics, transportation, packaging, and packing is significantly damaging the ecology of Earth, although it serves the purpose of satisfying human needs. There is an assessment that the global pollution caused due to movement of heavy trucks, ships, and plastic packets to carry goods and services from one place to another contributes to 40% of the global pollution. We have identified similar contextual stories and transformed it into new original course of green supply chain management, green warehouses, and green sustainable concepts followed by leading companies like Apple, Amazon, and FedEx. We have also developed a series of 200 stories connecting logistics and life. For instance, natural calamities such as floods, earthquake, fire, etc., and logistics. That is how we should move things when an area is affected by natural calamities. We develop stories connecting festivals and logistics, or even football World Cup at Doha and logistical arrangements, agriculture and logistics, even filmmaking or mountaineering and logistics, space logistics, so on and so forth. Our entire academic program had turned into a series of life instances. We have a strong belief that this life-based education will help students in gaining some practical experiences to face uncertain circumstances in future. Thanks to the tremendous support by World University Consortium, especially Gary Jacobs, Alberto Zucconi, and Janani Harish, in establishing a student-centered contextual education, which helped our institution to get the status of a model institution and a collaborating partner of Logistics Sector Skill Council, promoted by Ministry of Skills, Government of India. We can find that a lot of parallels between logistics education or management education and human security. These parallels can be found in any disciplines of education is an understanding what we have. Universal model of education addressing the needs of an uncertain future can thus be developed in a contextual way. It can be value-based where students' personality and life instances or social issues can be given the prime preference. This student-centered contextual approach can address all the elements of human security related concerns is the central theme of thought, which I would like to share. Thank you.
Thank you, Srijit. Colin, let's get back to what you were talking about a little bit earlier. But before I do, Srijit, you've had your company basically is involved in education and educating a particular type of employee for a particular business segment that is in high demand in India, correct?
That's correct. It's logistics.
And you've seen some success in how you've put together a program to address that need. How does your program differ from what's come before it, and why? And if it's been successful, why do you think it's been successful?
Actually, from the year of inception in 2014 itself, we were getting a really good number of students. And I was able to engage some really good faculty members in south part of India to take our classes. I was in a false notion that, if I am appointing some faculties and researchers to take care of students, naturally students will be getting empowered and acting as some disciplined corporate professionals actually. But everything was going on well. But in the second year, when I got a call from some of the companies telling that, your students are not value-based, they are shifting jobs. After the training program in 3 months, they are quitting jobs and getting into another companies. I ran and, took some guidance from Gary Jacobs, openly telling. I told that, I'm facing some issues. My business school is progressing. Being a partner, I'm making profits. But the thing is, our students are not up to the mark. Many companies are complaining. From that day onwards, he started guiding us and he started teaching us, what is all about this contextual education. We were following some university syllabuses and some governmental, curriculum in the field of logistics and supply chain management. That was not enough. We started developing stories, as I mentioned before. We connected festivals with the logistics. We connected movies and logistics. We connected natural calamities and logistics. And now what we are providing is a series of 200 stories, every day one story, and explaining that story taken from life, and a 2.5 hour session discussing about the various points. This particular thing, what we established there in our business school, created a kind of enthusiasm among students. And nowadays students are getting placed even without interviews because the seniors are performing really well. Immediately after completing the education, we are posing enough challenges in the class and in the way in which we deliver that students are directly establishing their businesses as well, directly converting them as entrepreneurs. That makes my studies. I'm not putting much money for the promotion activities and all. Seniors are, referring newcomers actually who are there in companies. Our alumni itself is referring, and we become slowly the largest logistics and supply chain management providers in India. Actually.
Great. Bignu, I'd like to go back to you for a moment. And what's changing in business curriculum to address these human security issues and some of the issues that Colin raised earlier? Is there an attempt to change the way, I mentioned to Vesna earlier that I feel that you get what you measure, and a lot of the performance that business produces has to do with the systems that we utilize to measure performance within the business, starting with the operating statement, for example, and the balance sheet. We know that the operating statement does not reflect externalities, that the balance sheet is also missing a lot of assets and liabilities. Is there any movement afoot in your world to address these weaknesses in business reporting systems?
Okay, I think that what has happened somehow independently, or 2005, it was appearance first of the Sustainability Science Journal, in which they presented the fourth dimension or pillar of sustainability, institutional sustainability, which should protect democracy, care, and justice. 2014, United Nations included as obligatory to report on institutional sustainability, but in between, I guess from 2010, the financial corporation included this as social SEGs, so non-financial indicators, which include social and environmental and governance. So it means democracy. This is a part, I think, that of implementation in the business, that type of concern, which covers the large part of, not all, but large part of human security. At the same time, the environmental accounting is also developing, which is helpful. We will see the next important step when there are serious talks in the European Union to make ESG obligatory procedures. It will push things forward, and then to include, this is what economists are talking from Pigot, to internalize negative externalities, into accounting, it would happen, a lot of things I wrote on this topic, in general, the economic mechanisms are for this. So in Poland, we introduced the mechanism which helped to finance during the first 10 years of transformation up to 90% of environmental expenditures. And then Poland cut industrial pollution 75% sulfur oxide and NOx about 50-60%, and so on. There was significant boost for the business to really move toward investing in environmental protection, cutting the pollution, the externalities. Unfortunately, not all elements were included. Household transportation, so non-point sources were left behind. So we have still problems in Polish city because coming from different sources, but not from the industry. Industry, except part of energy sectors, okay. But in general, the things are moving in terms of internalizing external costs. And the major issue I would like to raise today, you know, and I think that Colin would agree with me that, and then this is the major idea also which came out from the previous sessions, some said that it should be internal pressure from companies to perform according to the standard or expectations. So I mean, the peer pressure is one of the factors, you know. I mean, now we see the reporting, you know, carbon footprint, you know, and then, you know, being carbon neutral and so on. There is a growing peer pressure which will make this environment type of internal force. That is because, you know, regulations are needed, okay. I mean, the NGOs pressure, boycotts and so on are okay. But the most important is, you know, to internalize it because you create new corporate culture.
Well, let's hear from Colin on that.
When the leaders embrace this is, I mean, I used to live 20 years in Minnesota, and, you know, the vice president of 3M was telling me, Zbig, you know, whenever I see the pollution, it is 98% related to this efficiency. So pollution is bad for business, you know. And then, you know, I mean, if you have that type of thinking, you know, is the best, you know, they developed the word pollution prevention pays.
They wouldn't feel that way
This
if it
is
was
something
what
is
on their
important.
reporting, would it?
Yeah.
So let's hear from Colin on that point.
So Zib's absolutely right that what is needed is for it to be internalized within business. Responsible business is good business, and good business should be responsible. But business is not always responsible, and irresponsible business, unfortunately, still thrives. So we need to recognize, first of all, the incredibly damaging consequences of that, because we've recognized in this session the growing crises that we found around the world, and that this is becoming a real threat to our democratic systems, let alone to issues around human security. And to do this, we need to align incentives with responsibility. That is what makes good business universally beneficial. And to do that, we need to recognize this notion of purpose as being about solving problems profitably, not profiting from creating problems. Because what that means
in the business school, how do you teach this? How are you going to introduce this?
The way in which we teach this is by saying, well, what derives from that definition is a notion of a profit. Profit is associated with solving problems, not creating problems. And therefore, as Zib was trying to explain, it implies straight away that a company has to mitigate, remedy, rectify the damage it causes to the environment, to societies, to people. And it has to recognize that it has to account for those costs and measure its profit after accounting for those costs.
I think that's the point, isn't it? That we need a different way of accounting for profit that is more comprehensive and accurate in terms of the actual impacts on society, particularly on human security issues.
Exactly right.
We're running out of time here, but I would like to give Vesna an opportunity to comment on these points from her perspective?
Sure, thank you. I think for us, it's really about how we understand and how we come up with the metrics to capture human security as something that is very contextual and very culturally defined, that very much is shaped by an individual perceptions and experiences. Because this is, it's not one way of looking at it is that you address individual components of human security as defined in its original definition. But when it comes to translating it, or if you like, operationalizing and applying it to a specific context, specific community, a particular individual, and trying to assess that individual's experience of security/insecurity, it's very complicated because we are dealing with very fuzzy concepts and variables. So we are still in a phase, at least in our program, where we are trying to think, how this can affect the way in which business thinks about ESG metrics, how this notion of human security, and as you yourself rightly pointed out, business, what is measurable gets measured, and that's how business operates, and that's how this practice of financial reporting and focusing on quantitative indicators works. But human security as a contextual, culturally defined phenomena is quite complex to translate. So this is where we are trying still, I think, to understand how best to marry the two, to link that lived experience of human security that comes from confluence of different actors and different forces, different processes, to what companies are doing and what they should be reporting, and then claiming that what they are doing has a positive impact on human security outcomes.
Great. Well, thank you for those comments. I feel very strongly that human security is a concept that is driving business strategy because it is affecting societal aspirations and it is affecting government regulations, and that there will be more and more pressure on companies going forward to align themselves with human security pillars if they wish to be profitable in the future. So Colin, I think you've got the wind at your back right now, so take advantage of this moment. I want to thank you all very much, and Vesna also, I know that you're working on this very hard. Well, thank you all for your participation in the panel today. I really appreciate it. I think it was very educational and informative for everyone who participated and who viewed it online, and wish you all the best. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Bye.
Hi, Gary.
Hi, Ralph. How are you?
I'm good. Very excited. Looking forward to this. I've been snipping in and out of some of the programs. They've been really good. Very interesting.
Really good sessions. Really good sessions on which we can build a lot. Yeah. In a rapidly changing world, we all aspire to feel safe and secure. Yet for countless people around the world, this is not a reality. Conflict, poverty, climate change, discrimination, inequality, and injustice threaten all dimensions of human security. Indeed, our sense of insecurity seems to be increasing. Today's threats cannot be solved by traditional education. We need education that focuses on preparing youth with the values and knowledge needed to understand the rapidly changing world they live in and the actions they can take both for themselves and for society to overcome threats and enhance well-being. But there is hope. Education that focuses on human security is a powerful tool that can transform communities and build a brighter future for generations to come. It empowers individuals, strengthens communities, and promotes peace and stability. It enhances freedom from fear, want, and indignity. At its core, education for human security is about creating a better future for all and leaving no one behind.
Greetings. Brian, hello. Ashley, Mark. Let's see if we can get you. There we go. I think we're on. Greetings, everyone. And my name's Ralph Wolf, and I'll be moderating the discussion with our three panelists. By way of background, I want to say in working with the World Academy and the World University Consortium, we've been looking for new models of education that could address human security. And one of the biggest issues of human security is really climate change. And in searching for who would be good today, there are our three panelists, I think, have a tremendous amount to offer. I want to begin with a quote from one of our panelists. Actually, Brian, it's in your book, Academia Next, but it's actually from the introduction, and it's from Clay Shirky. But it says, the biggest threat those of us working in colleges and universities face isn't video lectures or online tests. It's the fact that we live in institutions perfectly adapted to an environment that no longer exists. And I would submit that the environment is pedagogical, it's demographic, but it is also with respect to the larger issue of human security, that we have a challenge of preparing people for jobs in the future that have not yet been created, and for a future that is entirely different from the ones in which we've been educated. And we're going to need to be able to provide education at a scale never done before, level of interdisciplinarity to address what we call the wicked problem that we're currently facing in the future. So that led to identifying three great panelists, and we're going to do it as a kind of a way of back and forth and dialogue, and begin with some brief introductions, and then take on some topics that all will address. I would say to anyone out there in the ether, if you have questions, put them in chat. We'll try to answer them certainly at the end of our session, and if possible, even during the session, if it fits in. So let me begin just with some brief introductions, and we'll ask each Brian and Kirk how they've been addressing climate change and the to the extent the larger issue of human security, as we're focusing on in this conference. Let me begin with Brian, Brian Alexander, and who's just written a book that will come out next month, Universities on Fire, Higher Education and the Climate Crisis. So, Brian, what led you to write that, and tell us briefly about yourself.
Well, thank you very much for the opportunity and the organization, Ralph, and greetings to my two esteemed co-panelists, Ashley and Mark, and thank you to everybody who has joined us for this discussion. I'm a futurist specializing in the future of higher education. So normally I work with colleges, universities, along with nonprofits, businesses, and governments that work in that space. And for my previous book, I was working on the next generation of American higher education. Well, after that came out, I wanted to focus on a longer term picture for the rest of the century on global higher education. And as I started working on that, I realized that there wasn't a lot of work being done on the impact of climate change. Now, in the futurist profession, everybody's focused on climate change. In fact, the idea is if you don't talk about climate change, you're committing something close to professional practice. So I started diving into this and looking more closely at what the climate crisis might mean for higher education, and discovered the problem was actually much deeper, much broader, and much more interesting than it first seemed. And the more research I did, the more questions arose, and that's the way you make a book. I mean, really quickly, I broke this down into several different domains, how higher education connects with the climate crisis. One is the intersection of the physical campus, everything from buildings and vehicles to travel and food on campus. The second is the whole research enterprise, how faculty and staff research the climate crisis across almost every single discipline available right now, which has implications for interdisciplinary support and transdisciplinary work. This then naturally leads to the question of how we teach climate and how that works, again, through interdisciplinary teaching in terms of curricula, but also in terms of pedagogy. And then everything I've just said is basically the campus, the academic community in isolation, but we're not in effect in isolation. We engage with our local communities, and those communities provide all kinds of opportunities for collaboration, for research, for service learning, as well as for political friction and tension. And beyond that, academia, to some extent, is a player on the world stage. After all, our academic research constitutes a huge chunk of what we know about the climate crisis. And there's an interesting question. To what extent should academia play a broad role? Should we lobby legislators? Should faculty and staff take up roles as public intellectuals? How do we consider this crisis and respond to it at a strategic level on the world stage? I think all of those domains are up for grabs right now in higher education, and that's what I've been working on.
Well, it sounds like a great plug for your book, and I myself have pre-ordered it. It's on Amazon and ready to be distributed or published in April. Mark, you led a cross-campus faculty learning community on climate change. Tell us a little bit about how that got started, and we'll dive deeper into that during the course of our conversation today.
All right, thank you. And nice to be on this panel as well. The COVID lockdown taught everyone, including faculty, how to use Zoom. So last spring, we brought together 62 faculty from 6 different California State University campuses, representing over 30 academic disciplines into the multi-campus faculty learning community. During 7 sessions, we covered the science behind climate change, the solutions able to counter it, the need to incorporate justice into the conversation, and the enormous anxiety this produces in our students. Climate-fueled wildfires have impacted our campuses, all the campuses in California, and students want to talk about this. One of the reasons, though, that faculty have a hard time talking about climate change in a meaningful way is that the topic is so big. Philosopher Timothy Morton has termed the term hyperobject to describe things that are so massively distributed in time and space that it's hard for humans to comprehend them. Things like climate change. And if climate change is too big to comprehend, it's also too big for any one department or discipline or college, or even a set of curriculum that we could bring to the faculty. So for our faculty learning community, we brought in piles of teaching materials and let faculty sort through them to see what they could use. Faculty heard from 20 different speakers from inside and outside academia, and they connected them with a broad range of approaches and ideas, as well as resources, lots of resources. I'll drop the link in the chat here in a second. And then we put the faculty into interdisciplinary breakout rooms based by discipline, right? And in that, we allowed them to kind of talk amongst themselves and see how they could use the stuff that they found. In essence, we crowdsourced the curriculum development from the faculty themselves in these breakout rooms. A phrase that really motivated our community is that in the future, every job will be a climate job. And here in the Cal State system, we train the future workforce. And so we took it to mean that every class could be a climate class. And so by the end of the session, 75 courses spanning all fields of study, from Plato's to polymers, as we like to say, have been redesigned to include a greater emphasis on climate change and resilience. So that's what we did over here.
Yeah, we'll dive into more of that. It's a very exciting project, and do put the resources in the chat. Ashley, you represent an organization that serves 900 colleges and universities that, to my knowledge, for a quarter of a century or more has been really addressing interdisciplinarity, wicked problems, and the like. How is AAC, the American Association of Colleges and Universities, AAC&U, how has it been involved in this? And tell us a little bit more.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Ralph. I just want to echo Brian and Mark's comments and gratitude for the opportunity to be with you all today and to have the opportunity to have this conversation. I will certainly bring a broad view to this in terms of how we're working across multiple institutions to achieve the kinds of things that Brian and Mark are working so intensively on. I'll say just the 30-second bit about AAC&U and its background, because we're situated a little bit uniquely in the higher ed landscape in the United States, we'd say globally. And that is that we are an association that doesn't serve a single sector or a single stakeholder. We are an association that unites those 900 or so institutions around an idea. And that idea is that we work to promote the democratic purposes of higher education by advancing equity, innovation, and excellence in liberal education. And now liberal education itself can be a contentious term. And I can say that that's because the liberal, in our view, is not a political ideology, it's a philosophy. And that philosophy at its root, it comes from the Latin word libere, which is to free. So we are an association dedicated to the kind of education that frees students' minds, that allows them to think for themselves, that equips them with the skills to do that. And so very specifically, Ralph, to your question, I think we work around that to advance the kinds of learning around the existential questions of our time in three important ways. And Mark began to get to it too with the work that they're doing at Chico, Cal State Chico, which is how do you unite students around a kind of shared objective, a set of shared learning outcomes that equip them with the capacities to be civic actors, to be change agents in ways, again, that they find fit for their own identity and their own purposes. But part of it is that shared objective. The second part is the integration of it. Mark alluded beautifully to that. So what does it mean to unite disciplines rather than silo them? Einstein said that the liberal arts were branches of the same tree. And we almost never think of it that way as we go about setting forth the curriculum in ways that are transparently connected to a kind of shared objective. So that integration becomes really key. And the final point, I think one of the very specific ways that we work to do this at AAC&U is by leveraging general education curriculum, the part of the curriculum that is the broadest, that not only has the capacity to do this kind of integrative work, but it's the part of the curriculum that touches all students. So in terms of commitments to equity, it becomes absolutely essential to think about how we embed this kind of learning and teaching within that part of the curriculum and part of students' journey.
That's great. Back then, an interchange I had with Brian, he called the need for interdisciplinary approaches to climate change the new liberal arts. So exactly the foundation cuts across everything. We thought we might tackle students, faculty, and institutional change as kind of topics for you all to dive into. Mark, you started this because of student calls. I just read an essay called that talked about student militant apathy and the need to penetrate or break that kind of apathy, particularly in a post-COVID environment where some students have returned to campus, but having lost a year of study or something like that. But you started because of students, and I wonder if we could all engage the issue of how do we engage students? What do they need? And where are they to address the biggest issue that they will face in their futures? So how did you begin with students?
Yeah, okay. Well, our effort did start in the fall of 2018 following the Camp Fire. For those of you who don't know, it's the largest, most destructive, it's not largest, the most destructive fire in California history. And I had a student who started off the faculty learning community. I'll go ahead and throw their video in the chat. They started off the video, the faculty learning community with a video talking about why it was so important for them to do this. And they mentioned that climate change was always something they knew about and they cared about, but it became real when the town next to them started falling as ash down around them. I mean, this paradise that we lost, the entire town's only 10 miles away. And so, you know, this was something that they then came back, and our campus was closed for 3 days, for 3 weeks, I'm sorry. And when students came back, they started asking about climate change. They wanted to know, why are we talking about this? And they were talking about it in all of their classes, not just their science classes. They were getting to their art class. They were talking about their philosophy class. They were talking about it in their English classes, right? And they wanted to see it talked everywhere. And so that following spring, the students on our campus actually came up with a student initiative for their student ballot that called for climate change to be taught in all fields of study. They wanted it across the campus. And 84% of the students said yes. It was an overwhelming call from students. And so the university responded with our faculty learning community. A really top takeaway, I think it was the top takeaway from our faculty learning community, that climate anxiety in our students is real. And how we teach about it may be making it worse. We talk about the problem of climate change way too much and not nearly enough about the solutions. They really want to know more about solutions. Probably one of the most popular resources that we had for the faculty learning community was Project Drawdown. They claim that they're the leading source of climate solutions. And they've collected over 80 existing solutions that can get us to that point of drawdown, right? So the solutions exist, and our students need to know that, and they need to talk about it. They also are really just anxious about climate change. And so another really great resource that we pulled up was Britt Ray's new book, Generation Dread, Trying to Find Purpose in an Age of Climate Crisis. And so these are the types of things to do. And so one of the things that I did in my class, just to kind of respond to this great concern, is that now I start every class when I lecture with a solution to the problem I'm going to lecture about later. I start with the solution, and my students really say, they've come up afterwards and thanked me because it really helps with their mental health as they're trying to deal with all of these types of things. So that's kind of what we did with our working group, and I'll let others share what they're doing as well.
That's great. Well, it's very inspiring as well. And you might put a link, or I know it's in your resources on Project Drawdown, but that's something I hadn't heard of before, but it's so solution-centered. And I think your point, students need solutions. It's so depressing to read only about the sixth extinction and the problems without an idea that there are solutions we can enact right now. Let me ask Ashley and Brian, how do you see students? I know high impact practices is something that we talk a lot about in the US, about engaging and immersing students in actually applying and doing the kinds of things that will provide meaning and purpose to their education and keep them pursuing it, not dropping out and dealing with an overwhelming crisis of mental health issues. So I wonder, how would you all address the issue of jobs, not skills, not degrees, how higher education is really about jobs anymore, not about, Ashley, as you were talking about, global leadership and citizenship. It's very economically driven. How do we bring students into this new idea that climate change is about all jobs will be climate jobs? That's what Mark has been telling us.
Yeah, let me echo something that Mark noted, which is that sense of purpose, which is finding what it means for students to not just work on real world problems. We've been saying that for a long time in higher education. I think we're moving to a model in which it's real world problems of consequence, right? A real world problem could be not being able to get to the grocery store on time. I mean, but we're talking about big existential issues, and those do inspire a kind of anxiety and coping. It strikes me coming into this question that the Gallup organization has been studying well-being for decades, and they do it through a multi-part model that looks at elements of physical well-being, financial well-being, social well-being, community well-being. I might have all of them exactly right, but one of the 5 is purpose well-being. And they most closely link it to one's job, because it's basically the place where you spend the most amount of your time, and it's the place where you tend to express that sort of biggest sense of what your purpose is. Among those 5 dimensions, purpose or career well-being is the most consequential for one's overall mental health. So we cannot separate the idea of helping students to find their identity and what they do in these situations, and as they grapple with these real world problems. I'm mindful that my two panelists, as wonderful as they are both at institutions that are deeply committed to this. Brian at Georgetown, and a Jesuit institution, has as part of its mission Cura Personalis, which is self-care. And Chico State has been an early leader in identifying a kind of ethic of care for its students. Been doing that again for like well over a decade. And I mention both of those examples because it's so critical for institutions to find their authentic commitment and their authentic path into how they're shaping, not just in any individual program, but really putting an institutional commitment around these things. And the last thing I'll say here is that in terms of, we know these were hard for students. There is anxiety. We've known this actually for a long time with students' community engagement, period, grappling with the idea that you cannot change the world in 15 weeks. It will not change in a semester. So the reality of what it means to make incremental change, to make contributions, to be empowered to have a voice, that is hard, but it's exactly what we should be asking of the kind of education that is not transactional, that is life affirming and consequential and purposeful.
That's great. I agree. And Brian, in your research, how have you found working with students, and where are they? Because in the US, there are places where you can't even use the word climate change. As a matter of governmental policy. There are other places where we see this with diversity, equity, inclusion, that it's been eliminated. How are students able to engage this issue if it can't even be talked about?
Well, first of all, I just want to second what my co-panelists have said. The work Chico State is doing is terrific and ahead of the curve. And I'm really, really glad to learn from Ashley's perspective, which is so humane. I mean, it's important to realize that there are a lot of spaces for solutions. I mean, we're seeing a huge ferment in that. One of the spaces I'm especially fond of is the solar punk design movement, which occurs in the visual arts and gaming and in stories. And I think that's trying to imagine a solar punk college or university, I think, is a good exercise. I think one thing we found as well is that students actually doing climate work, I mean, not just, doing classwork and doing research and doing more than that, service learning, working with local communities, we found that they tend to have better mental health as a result. I mean, so actually climate activism may be a very mentally therapeutic task to follow, which I think is something that a lot of higher education can heed. There's also the fact that we're seeing an increasing demand for not just green jobs, but climate jobs. I've heard from a bunch of different big companies, including Amazon, that they're trying to hire people who can help them be more green to prepare for the climate crisis as it continues to unfold. And I think that's a straight shot for a lot of people, a lot of students in academia. I think we're also not in futures work, we're always tempted by generational models. They're great, big, clumsy things that aren't really that useful, but they speak to us emotionally in many ways. And I think we can, though, identify huge differences in generations between traditional age undergraduates and their elders. Teenagers right now have way more interest in climate change. They're much more passionate about it. They tend to identify it as a much more important problem than people older than them. And I think, as Mark said, this is something that we can really respond to pedagogically, institutionally. And beyond that, I think it's important to remember that Greta Thunberg is college age, that the activists who were, splattering pieces of art in Europe, some of them were college students. I think we can speak in terms of how a college or university plans in a top-down way or through shared governance, but we should also remember that activism is unpredictable and can be chaotic, and we should plan to see more and more of that from our students. And keep in mind that there are students now, but some of them will become our staff and our faculty in a very short time. I think we should also keep in mind that our students are increasingly coming from a world marked by climate change. And that means in part that some small number of them now, but a growing number, will come from areas that are marked and impacted by the climate crisis and lives that are impacted by that. So we have the real challenge of how do we honor that background and do so with care for the students as people. At the same time, at an extreme level, we should expect to see a small but growing number of students who have traumatic experiences of climate disasters, and we need to figure out how to support them using trauma-informed pedagogy. So I guess we have several different ways of engaging right now, Ralph, trying to think about ways that campuses can do this. It really needs to be a multi-pronged, multiple domain approach.
Thank you. That's really helpful.
Just add just really quick. I added a couple of more links in there. Drawdown does have one that's specifically your job. One of the things I think I also included Britt Ray's Substack, Gen Dread, that folks can read. I think one of the things to be mindful of is that not everyone's going to be an activist. And so we can't just use activism as that one only off-ramp in that sense. And I get back to what Ashley was saying, is that most people's major time commitment is their job. And so figuring out how they can press levers at work. And so there's a drawdown at work. There's just climate solutions just at work I threw in there. So again, this different ways to think about these things.
Mark, I want to raise something you talk to us about, and then talk about faculties, which to think about what faculty need. But you talked about letters from the future, and I've done that in other venues and as a futurist, a future workshop. And I thought it was a very powerful imagining what a world might look like if it were more green, if we really address climate change. Might one describe that, and then also one of the things you did was you shared that what faculty needed most was to address their own ignorance about this, and really like to talk first about letters for the future, because that's really a way of engaging students, or from the future, I'm sorry. But then also talk about how you got faculty to sign up and what you found their greatest needs were. All right.
One of the things, if you do get a chance to watch Sophia's video, she talks about how coming into class, she felt really small, and all of her colleagues felt really small. But by doing something about this, they came out feeling so much better about it. And so that idea that Brian was mentioning of getting students engaged in the pedagogy, not necessarily activism, but just engaged themselves in doing this thing. And I recognize the students' anxiety about all of this and can be incredibly overwhelming, and it can be incredibly daunting to be thinking about this. And you would normally think about a class that, like I teach, you would come in and say, okay, we want to come up with a climate solution. Let's propose something. Let's figure out what it would look like, how we get it enacted, how we're going to pass it through the levels of government. And it just sounds like an entire slog to students. And they get really depressed, and they think about all the things that are going to go wrong and all the people that aren't going to let them do it and be that way. And so it just is this mountain to climb that they just can't really imagine. And so what I've done is come up with another solution. The idea is called dispatches from the future. And what they do is they write about the climate problem as it's already been solved. How did it work? How is it working? What's great things are coming out of it? And it's a great way to think about it and creatively, but the psychology is so powerful. It's now looking at from the top of the mountain, looking down rather than the bottom of the mountain looking up. And they really need to be looking down on these things. They can't always be looking up at just it's a horrible climb. And you know, Ashley's right that, you know, this is a long-term thing they have to think about. They are going to be climbing, but we don't need to start with vertical. And give them some other way to get onto these types of things. And faculty want to engage their students, but faculty are really bothered when they don't have the answers. And even when questions are outside their field, that's not a faculty thing we really enjoy. And so they really wanted to be able to offer their students something to talk about this, preferably about what their course is on, right? That's what they really were looking for. And so we tried to put out all kinds of different things that no matter who was looking at it, they could do this. We had art professors know what could we offer them? And so we shared with them warming stripes. It's what artist Ed Hawkins is, a visual representation of the climate, changing climate in the world. Show your stripes is this big effort that you can do. And it's an artistic way to be thinking about this. Women's studies professors wanted to know what to offer their students. And so we shared with them the wonderful book, All We Can Save, which is composed entirely by female authors and edited by Catherine Wilkinson. Dr. Wilkinson's also a professor, and so she's created this great website loaded with different curricular applications to do that. And while we're here, just shout out Women's Day today. We also talked about climate justice, right? And one of the big questions coming out of this is really that representation matters. Whose story are we telling? Storytelling was really a thread that ran through all the disciplines. All the disciplines can see the benefits of story. So we shared a lot of sites that showed different people's stories, right? It's really that representation matters. I shared the site. We've got all these resources out there. I encourage folks to look at them. But I think the thing that faculty needed most was someone to talk to. They needed each other. And that was really the goal of the disciplinary breakout rooms. They provided faculty to talk with other people who understood their discipline, right? Who could then talk about, hey, this is how we could use it. Here's how I could use it. Here's what you could do. And they allowed them to then build community. And I think that's a big important thing for faculty in this. Faculty also have their own climate anxiety. They have to have their own ways to talk about this stuff. And so this was a great one. And it was great because a lot of faculty have stayed engaged after the year, and they're all getting their colleagues to sign up for the next one. So that's empowering as well.
That's really exciting what you've been able to do. Brian and Ashley, how have you seen faculty engage in this? We have, we'll talk in a minute, but we have climate, like Colorado College, that's made a whole institution-wide commitment to climate. There are others that have done that, others that have built climate pledges. But I've often heard the biggest barrier to innovation in higher education is faculty unwillingness to change and a pedagogy that no longer suits the needs of the content that we need to address. So where can we promote and how can we engage more faculty in making this, being able to have a discourse about human security, climate change, these hyper objects as Mark describes them?
Mm-hmm.
Any thoughts,
I'll lead and then I'll happily hand it over to Brian, who's always pushing the boundaries on this. Gosh, I come from faculty. I'm a sociologist by training. I think faculty get a bad rap for not being incentivized to move outside of their comfort zone and to do things that are not rewarded frankly, within our institutions and more broadly across higher education. So where there is often pockets of resistance are, frankly, in my mind, more about a lack of gratitude or encouragement for what it means to do exactly what Mark is describing, which is to get uncomfortable, to not know the answers, to try something and to fail. There's very little supports on campuses to do that. There was just an article in a report that came out from Inside Higher Education on provosts and among the findings was the appetite for faculty development on campuses and the amount of resources that are actually being provided to incentivize that, in addition to the ways in which we've structured the tenure system to do that. We are at a point where, picking up on your earlier point, Ralph, we're at a point where we know so much about high impact practices. As my colleague Randy Bass would say, we know far more about what it means to encourage learning and than we have in terms of how we've expanded our notions of teaching. We know what effective learning is. We have not caught up in terms of the structures that actually reward innovations in teaching. We have to get to that place. And I will drop in, just as I stop talking, I will drop in a link to a whole issue that we devoted to climate change last summer. And I will add our award-winning magazine, Liberal Education, through AAC&U. And it's just chocked full of fantastic examples of campuses that are working very hard and taking considerations among this. But at the end of the day, they will be maybe a large handful, or the idea that faculty work very hard in isolation, that we can find pockets of the innovation, but far less around connectedness of the pedagogies and across communities of practice. So that's where we really need to change the mindset and change the institutional will behind these issues.
I do think we need, I know that many junior faculty are told just focus on your research, but we do need new pedagogies that will engage students and bring them in, and that's going to take a lot of support from the campus leadership. And I do think this is where American higher education has a lot to offer, the diversity of approaches and that we work with and the high impact practices. Brian, what's been your experience in interviewing faculty?
Well, so far, a few different points. I mean, one is I love Ashley's point about the importance of being uncomfortable. And Mark's point about the challenge of faculty risking not being the expert. These are challenging positions, and they require campus support to do that. The great thinker Donna Haraway has this slogan of asking us to stay with the trouble. And I think that's something that we can model for our students, for our community. To go back to teaching, I love Mark's future assignment. I mean, as a futurist, of course, I'm happy with this. And there are a lot of futurist exercises we can do. And it shows the power of futurist thinking. But it also shows an interesting interdisciplinary work in that it relies on the field of imaginative literature. Also, we already have a body of climate fiction, of novels, stories, movies, TV shows, which are showing possible futures that we can draw on. I think there are other pedagogies that we should recall. Some of them are traditional. So thinking about problem-based learning, thinking about inquiry-based learning, those can be very effective for trying to teach aspects of the climate crisis. I would also put in a vote here for simulations and games. We already have examples of these that are created by faculty, some that are used by faculty, but these are really interesting ways to get students thinking about complexity and systems. I think faculty also, we have a nominal commitment to interdisciplinary work, but still the lion's share of incentives and reinforcements and professional identity come from within disciplines. And I think institutions have to think carefully about how to support interdisciplinary and transdisciplinary work. And that's everything from supporting grad students who do this, who normally don't have that kind of support, through faculty. And that includes especially adjunct faculty. In the United States, that's the preponderance of our faculty, and they have very little support in general to begin with. We also have to think about other institutional structures. Should we have a climate center on campus, for example? Should we set up climate studies programs, or in general, or with some slices of the larger pie? Should we set up climate schools? I mean, if we take the climate crisis as seriously as those who study it say we should, then yeah, we should start having schools of climate change, schools of climate mitigation. We also have to figure out how to protect our faculty and students and staff politically, because this is such a contentious field. We've already seen this with the famous ClimateGate release of emails, which led to death threats, doxing, and more. I think institutions need to be very aware of this and to support faculty, as Ashley recommends. And I think trying to facilitate community is very challenging, but crucial. And Mark gave great examples of breakouts by disciplines and departments, as well as people just putting their minds together. One last note here. I think we need to make sure that institutions support faculty who are supporting students doing research. Graduate students, of course, that's in many ways the focus of their experience. And that's going to need some support if we're going to be able to produce quickly the next generation of faculty and staff that we need. But also in the liberal arts tradition, there's a tradition of undergraduate research. And again, I think that's going to be very, very rewarding as long as institutions support that effectively. So I guess that's part of my theme here, is a combination of imagination and support.
I'm thinking, and I wonder, Mark, you had 75 courses, you say, that were modified. Did it lead to more interdisciplinarity, or did faculty working together, team-taught courses? I know that one of the points that have been made is this is such an inter and transdisciplinary hyperobject, as you described. There's so many dimensions to it. We tend to think more of the science than all of the other impacts of this, which are everywhere. But did the faculty learning community engage in trying to build greater interdisciplinarity, or do you see that's a step for the future, or not at all?
No, yes, but we did it in two ways. We did it, I guess, a little bit. We tried to build interdisciplinarity as a way of building community. And so what we did is we had breakout rooms on Zoom that were by discipline. And this was really to let all of these folks talk to somebody else in their discipline, really get some nuts and bolts stuff going. And then we have meetings on campuses by campus basis. And so all the 6 campuses also had their own meetings. And we had lunches to share what we were learning, share what was happening, what different stuff we found in our different breakout rooms, but also then talk about visiting each other's classes or sharing some things. One of the things that we have to remember is that faculty also share students. And usually the way that other students learn about faculty is not from other faculty, but from other students. And so often trying to figure out ways to share each other's students or do joint student projects, bring them together. So those are the types of ways that we tried to build it. But I think it really is the interdisciplinarity comes with community as well.
I wanted to, so much of this, particularly protecting faculty, as Brian, you were describing, in some settings where it is a controversial topic. In some universities, some states, it may vary from department to department as much as university or college or state. Protecting the faculty requires an institutional commitment. I want to kind of focus on institutional leadership. Today, I work with a lot of presidents of universities and who in turn work for boards who are increasingly politicized around ideology and what's called woke or not woke, or the need to address the new demographic, depending, it becomes more a political spectrum issue than what's really happening to our world issue. But I see there are many institutions that have made an institution-wide commitment that is often around facilities, green energy, endowment investments, but it isn't necessarily penetrated all the way into all the disciplines, the academic disciplines, the way, Mark, you've described your faculty learning community. So I wonder how we might engage institutions to formalize their commitments and to move the commitments beyond, if you will, the low-hanging fruit, which are the energy policies, to really talk about this is real and we have to engage it, and know that it may not be, or it may be, let me put it this way, uncomfortable and controversial for boards of trustees who manage, who are in the US, oversee the institutions, public and private. And it's often uncomfortable for the boards to see the institution get into controversy and hold presidents accountable if that controversy is too great. How do you think we can address this? Because the protection of faculty, the institutional commitment, the relationship with communities, all the things you described can easily be stifled if there's not at the level of the provost, the chief academic officer, or the president to really stand behind their faculty and their own institutions' commitments. What are your thoughts about that? What have you learned? What have you, it's been, I know Cal State Chico has on its website a full commitment to climate change. I don't know if that's true for all Cal State campuses as a board, system-wide board policy. And Brian, you've talked about meeting with presidents who've said that they really can't raise this issue.
Well, it's at the presidential level, it can be very, very tricky because climate change is completely politicized, and it looks like a very risky step to take for a president to get involved, with a lot of risks and not a lot of upside is what I'm seeing in some cases. I heard one president tell me that half of his population was based in fracking country, and the people there were very passionate about fracking. They saw it as a huge support for them and a way forward for them. And the other half of his population was based in urban university towns, and they were very, very green. So I asked, well, how do you balance these two opposed worlds? And he said, well, I don't say anything. And then quietly, I help people get grants. So I wouldn't call that necessarily a kind of profile in courage, but it helps illustrate some of the tensions, some of the problems. I had to give a talk in Texas a few years ago and about the future of education, and I was going to mention climate change, and they told me, please don't. Our state has prohibited that from being said in public universities. I said it anyway. I didn't get in too much trouble, but these are just some examples, and we should expect more and more challenges. I mean, you think about that, this can occur at all kinds of interesting levels. This can occur at the level of the immediate community. I worked with one university which was trying very hard to set up a solar site right off campus, I mean, like a block away on an area of waste ground. And initially the community supported it, and then parts of the community organized against it, ultimately blocked it. We have to think as well about cities and how they handle funding, as well as the different ways that we can have productive connections. And beyond cities, thinking about provinces, thinking about states. And I mean, one of the benefits I was telling Mark is that he's in California, where the state government has consistently taken a leadership role in the climate crisis. I think arguably further than any other state in the U.S. And that's a great benefit. You think about how that can play out in state systems. In California, the CSU system, the community college system, the UC system. We need to have a lot of intelligence at the university level to see how these changes are happening in order to really have our engagement be carefully situated and calibrated. But we should also expect a lot more change along these lines across politics as different parties scramble to try to take into account different dimensions of this, but also in terms of culture, how different mass movements may appear, how different other cultural factors, storytelling, but also religion, and then businesses, how businesses actually try and implement different climate goals. I mean, there's the risk of greenwashing, there's climate denial, but also businesses trying to transform themselves. I think COVID gave us quite a few lessons to learn. The great scientist, the great scholar Bruno Latour raised the idea that we should think of COVID as a kind of dress rehearsal for climate change. And that's what we learned, that we will politicize the heck out of any science. And I don't just mean one group politicizing. I mean, this is a popular sport for everyone to play. So we are seeing this with climate change, but also I think we learned a lot of crisis governance lessons. How do you run a campus when you're partially off campus? How do you put together very disparate strains of thinking, from public health to economics to technology? And I think we learned a lot about governance there that we might be able to apply going ahead. I do want to echo, if I can repeat myself quickly, to remember that the majority of people on campuses do not have tenures protection. I mean, that is, depending on the campus, often the majority of faculty don't, but also staff do not, and students do not. So trying to engage with these issues, I think we have to, if we're going to risk being uncomfortable, we also have to have the support where we can protect ourselves as we take steps in this arguably the greatest crisis facing civilization right now.
I will just say there is a great deal of, having listened to a number of the other sessions in this conference, there's a great deal that has been added with respect to specific disciplines, student voices, and the like. It's going to take all of us to address this. And Mark, you were going to say that?
Yeah, I'm just going to talk a little bit about CSU. I just posted, we do have a sustainability policy for the entire CSU. But there's 23 campuses, and there's a big range of those campuses, right? And those campuses include the campus of CSU Bakersfield, right next to the town of Oildale. There is a pump jack on the campus at Bakersfield. So we also have these difficulties. But one of the neat things we were able to do is that by broadcasting throughout the whole CSU, we broadcast Britt Ray's talk to every campus, and we had people in Bakersfield streaming in, behind enemy lines, as I like to say. So, there are opportunities to reach those folks as well. And so, even though we're great in California, we still have difficulties within that large of a system.
Our time is barely done. We have a few minutes we can go over, we've been told. And Ashley, I know you all have a President's Trust. You've been working with presidents. You've mentioned to me in some states, even the word liberal can be a controversial word. Fox News in the US has made liberal a very damning term in every other dimension, but also higher education. So how can we address it? Because climate change is only part of the human security, migration, all warfare, the nuclear threat. There are so many dimensions to this that our students and faculty are facing. How have you all been trying to cross the divide that exists?
Let me pick up on something Brian mentioned, which is almost, and I don't mean this lightly, but almost a lack of safety, a perceived real lack of safety to speak out. And when we talk about presidential leadership on campuses, I think it's almost irresponsible to say that this is a time for bold leadership without adding that it's also a dangerous time for bold leadership. So one of the ways we have had many conversations about this in our President's Trust group, which is a group of about 600 presidents that have signed on to, basically advocate for this mission of liberal education in the form in which that comes. And I think one of what I'm hearing and what I love about the examples that both Mark and Brian have raised is there are ways for campuses to think big, medium, and small, maybe, in how they're thinking about disruption and how they're thinking about equipping students with these capacities. So, big public statements on divestment from fossil fuels is a significant one, right? But we should also, and this kind of brings us full circle to the beginning of the conversation, we also think about the capacities to simply speak across difference, to simply acknowledge the fact that we are educating students to have conversations with people who think differently from themselves. And I'm thinking about some examples of what we might say is bold leadership, but in ways that are that can still be supported within the framework of the educational mission of the institution. I'm thinking about John Alger, for example, at James Madison University. They have just released a really wonderful video around free speech and speaking across difference. And it's all students. It's all students talking about that, just from their perspective, that they want to have the right to be on a campus in which they can be allowed to talk with each other and engage those differences. All the way from Virginia to Utah. So Weber State University has a program that works with Unify America to pair students from different political spectrums and political ideologies to have conversations across various topics in which they're probably going to see it differently, but aligns those dialogues and conversations, and then centers assignments and projects around those kinds of experiences. So it's in my mind, and I think in our mind, and how we're catalyzing those conversations among leadership and then all the way through to faculty and staff and down to students is how do we think big, medium, and small in this kind of a climate, so to speak, both on campuses and then broadly and globally, but how do we actually support those kinds of different efforts to get at similar objectives?
I think these are it. I don't know if you have a link to that free speech video. I think that at least for those of us in the US, that might be really valuable. I don't know to what extent that I think this is a global issue from my colleagues that I know in Europe, that there are lots of conversations going on all sides of the political spectrum, and more protests. If you look at France for any change, or the nurses in Britain and England. If there are anyone who has any questions out there in the world, we'd be glad to have them add in the chat. One of the things I'd like to ask is, I started this inquiry thinking we needed a new paradigm for higher education to think about scale. And talking with all of you, it both gave me a lot of hope, because I believe that higher education, at least in the US, moves more by emulation than innovation, or it moves by both. And it's really important to know there are examples that people can follow. But it's hard to find bold restructuring of at least traditional higher education, because it's so deeply embedded in disciplinarity, faculty tenure, graduate preparation that is organized around the disciplines. But so much of this seems to be around content, so much seems to be around pedagogy. And what I do wonder is, have you seen dramatic new approaches to this? I mean, or is there, each of you seem to be working, as I have when I ran an accrediting agency, around working within building change within institutions and building on the creativity that exists within institutions, even as we try to support bold and highly innovative institutions. But it's been hard to make them at scale. There are some, like Southern New Hampshire, that have been able to move to scale, 150,000 students plus, others. But is it a new paradigm? How do we balance the need for something bold and new versus changing the system within? And what are your thoughts about that?
Well, a few quick thoughts just to get things rolling, and I would love to hear questions from the audience. And if you folks want to type them into the chat, I'd be happy to respond. One of the challenges that we haven't mentioned in making such a transformation is that faculty and staff are so exhausted. We're coming off of 3 years of a global pandemic, which we're trying our best not to think about anymore, but the impact of that is astonishing. I mean, every record of a pandemic I found dating back to Roman times always has this pattern of initial shock and horror, and then numbness, and exhaustion, and people accept a whole amount of destruction. And that's where we are now. And our faculty did tremendous, and our staff did tremendous work over the past few years without any extra resources, without any extra time. Plus, depending on where you are in the globe, you may have a whole series of political and cultural issues you're trying to grapple with at the same time. So when I talk to faculty about climate, I often get this kind of response, oh God, another thing to think about. I do think that we have the chance to rethink quite a bit of education. And one way that comes is from economics. There's now this ferment in economics to figure out if we should stop growth, or if we should rethink how we assess and understand the economy beyond GDP. And this is very interesting. And this is where academics can play a major role in these kind of debates, both in public and in professional spaces. But it brings rise to an interesting question. To what extent is higher education predicated on the promise of eternal growth? In the United States, we massively expanded our enrollment and our faculty and staff numbers from about 1980 to 2012. And our growth stopped in 2012, and we've shrunk ever since in terms of student numbers. Is that a preview that we should think about a smaller academic footprint? That's a huge, huge act of reimagination to go through. But there's also a second domain, which is the area of decolonization, the idea that we should be listening to the voices that the colonial process of the past 200 plus years have marginalized. And in that case, among other things, there's the idea of paying a lot more attention to indigenous ways of knowing and being in the world. Partly for this decolonial purpose, but also because these aren't peoples who managed to create global warming. So perhaps we see a new way of integrating native knowledge, indigenous knowledge into our pedagogy, into our research. I mean, that's a massive sea change to think about, but those are a few ways. There's a question from Gary Jacobs. Ralph, do you want us to address that, or should my colleagues say smarter things in response to your good question?
I'm going to jump in on the question real quickly and bring an insight from Project Drawdown in the things that they're thinking about. Because when we're thinking about climate solutions, we could think about all the new things that we could develop. But one of the insights from Drawdown is now is more important than new. And I would argue that we need to be integrating now into the curriculum, doing the things that we can do now. And we can think about a new paradigm, but we need to be working within the paradigm we have now. There's just so much we could do now. So I guess that, dramatizing it too much, but this idea of something new, we could spend all time talking and worrying about that, but we got to do things now. And I think just integrating the thing that climate change allows us, this is again, Timothy Morton's idea, is it really forces us to rethink these things. This isn't something we're going to have to do. It's forcing us to rethink them. And so that idea, as we rethink them, sure, we need to be thinking about it differently, but we need to be getting into the classroom and into changing what we already teach. We're already teaching. These topics are already talked about. How do we integrate climate change into them? So now is
certainly not an issue for it is an issue for the future, but it is one that we are experiencing every day. Whether it's climate change, global warming, there are so many dimensions to it. I do want to, Ashley may want to add, I also want to note Gary's question, which is, could we paraphrase that every class ought to be a climate class to human security, to even expanding the frame to the larger issues that human security encompasses? Would that be also an appropriate frame, or is it even that too big for students to comprehend?
I'll jump in quickly, because I think I can weave in part of Gary's question into this, which is, well, sure you can. I'm sure you can. I mean, you can do anything that you're putting institutional resources for, and if it's in finding authentic connections within the institution and within that mission. I think what Mark has described, at Georgetown, they have a similar program. They're called the curricular infusion programs. They're really effective and they're really smart, but you've still got to find ways to reward that. And I think one of the things I wanted to add in this conversation, because it's a question of scale, is it becomes imperative to have conversations about why this is complementary and supportive of existing work and not new work. So Ralph, you had a really important point that I don't want to let escape: accreditation. How do these efforts fit into existing efforts within the institution? How do they fit into accreditation efforts? If you're at a Southern school in the South, is this part of your quality enhancement plan, for example? Is this a focus of one of the innovative pedagogies that you're going to write into your accreditation report? How are you weaving this into assessment protocols that you already have and are already required to do? How do you connect this with efforts on just about every campus to get students meaningful jobs? We started with that. If every job is going to be a climate job, then connect that. Make those linkages. So instead of jumping in and doing what feels like the hard work of like getting the program going, I would encourage campuses to stop and do the hard work up front of simply making sense of how it works with existing efforts, so that faculty are actually reminded that this is part of the stream and not a whole new river that they're trying to paddle down. So.
Yeah, that's really helpful. And I tell you, my own experience is with accreditation, which I agree has powerful influence by the framing of its standards and what it looks at. You know, it's like what you measure is what is paid attention to. And accrediting agencies tend to be agnostic around the curriculum as long as faculty control it. And now we're seeing real issues about faculty control. But faculty need to be pushed to both examples, but also with initiatives that make this important, whether it's climate change or human security. And I will say that professional associations really could play a very important role, not just through accreditation, but how we define what it means to be a professional in developing the educational experience, I think is really going to be important. And I do think that we've been talking about climate change, but I want to go back to Gary's question. I have to say that I think the value of this whole idea of human security is that it's so multidimensional that climate change creates climate migration. It's going to be, the US military is planning a future in which there will be climate wars. We know that water in the Middle East, in so many places, India and China, the drying up of the glaciers in the Himalayas. There are so many different dimensions to this that you can call, there's almost no label for it, and human security for all is an all-encompassing term. I think what you all bring to me, I will say, and I think to others, is inspiration that there are people really working on this, writing about it, challenging both the specifics of climate change, but I would also say, Ashley, is what AAC&U is doing, the deeper thinking, the deep thinking, the kind of the addressing for global citizenship, global leadership, bold leadership from students, faculty, and leaders at the institution, that this is a multi-dimensional problem that's going to require not just hard science, but it's going to require everybody trying to figure out what their own piece will be. I would say that your comment earlier about meaning and purpose is really relevant. Mark, you commented that students, I think there's a phrase, you might, what is it about between faculty, that faculty and students have a very different perspective on this? How is that you framed that? Do you recall?
I forgot how I said it now, I apologize.
Yeah, well, you remember you said that faculty are of an age, we are of an age where climate change is something that we don't have to be concerned about, but for the students, they're living it, and they're going to live into it. And so the fact that we can't ignore it, because our job of preparing students for the future has to incorporate this into pedagogy, into the curriculum, and how we're going to address it, and how to deal with the emotional, the climate dread, you talked about it, anxiety, how we're going to deal with the mental health and emotional issues of seeing the world in which we grew up in be dramatically changed by global warming. I think is something that we have an accountability and a responsibility to address. So I don't know if there is anything else. I think every faculty, every staff member should be climate workers. Does anyone want to comment on that? Just as we close? Is that?
Well, I just think it's happening, and whether they wanted to or not, everyone's having to deal with this. All our staff are now cleaning up after the flood that we just had. So yeah, everyone's a climate worker now.
Well, in some sense, by even denying we're a climate worker, right? I mean, in the sense, by ignoring it, we can't, but it has an impact.
It's tricky. I mean, there's this terrifying force of inevitability that the climate, as we bust through a 2% temperature increase, or 2-degree temperature increase, that we're going to be facing more and more escalating and cascading events. And the question is, do we do this reactively and belatedly, or do we do it thoughtfully with foresight, strategically now? I mean, I'm posing this as a kind of no-brainer question because it really is. And this is a great moment to seize the day and to be active.
As we like to talk about here at Chico, our carbon footprint for the campus is pretty small, but our academic footprint is huge. And that's what we really should be working on.
Yeah, a nice way of putting it. Many more Chico states.
Okay.
Well, let's hope this panel and the rest of the conference will contribute to that. I would also say that there are allies, as I've listened to other parts of this conference, there are allies everywhere, and we need to align ourselves with them, both in the US and abroad. This is truly a global issue, and sending a rocket ship to Mars won't solve it. So I look forward to continuing to work with you all. Thank you all very much, and thanks to those of you in the audience and your comments. We really appreciate it. You all have been great, and great to work with you. And thanks to Gary Jacobs for putting the conference together and encouraging this panel. So thank you all.
Thank you, Ralph. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you for the great conversation. Be well, everyone.
Yes, thanks, and great meeting all of you.
Yeah, likewise. And I'm going to see about introducing you all to somebody in Portugal who's working on this that might connect you all with some folks in Europe.